Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Emily. The fluorescent lights hum overhead as I tap my pen against the counter, creating a rhythmic distraction from the emptiness of the lobby. 3:07 p.m. The digital clock's red numbers mock me, each minute crawling by with excruciating slowness. "Welcome to First National," I say to an elderly woman approaching my window. The words taste stale, rehearsed, like everything else in my life. My fingers move swiftly across the keyboard, processing her deposit. The same keystrokes, the same forced smile, the same script I've repeated thousands of times. So old. The monitor's glow casts a sickly pallor over my hands, and I notice my engagement ring catching the light. It feels heavy today, like a shackle rather than a symbol of love. "Would you like a receipt?" I ask, though my mind wanders to the half-finished story, buried in my laptop at home, untouched for weeks. "No, dear," the woman says, gathering her purse. "You look tired, honey. Everything all right?" The question catches me off guard. My pen stops mid-tap. "I'm fine," I lie, my default response these days. Just counting down to closing time. She gives me a knowing look that makes my chest tighten. "Sometimes the hardest prisons are the ones we build ourselves." What is that supposed to mean? The woman shuffles away, leaving me with words that hit closer to home than she could know. My gaze drifts to the clock again. 3:09 p.m. Time moves like molasses in January. Each tick of the second hand another reminder of dreams deferred. Through the glass partition, I watch my coworkers going through their own mechanical routines. We're all just extras in this scene, playing our assigned roles in the grand production of corporate banking. The thought of spending another decade behind this counter makes my stomach churn. The bell chimes, its familiar ring cutting through my boredom. I glance up from my monitor and my breath catches. The man who walks in doesn't just enter, he commands the space. His suit fits him like it was poured on, each step precise and measured against the worn lobby carpet. Everything about him screams metropolitan sophistication, from his Italian leather shoes to the way he adjusts his cufflinks while scanning the room. My fingers hover over my keyboard, forgetting the half-finished transaction. He doesn't look around like our usual customers, searching for the shortest line or checking the posted rates. Instead, his gaze sweeps over the crown molding, the dated wallpaper, the security camera placement. His inspection feels professional, clinical. "Did you finish with my deposit, dear?" I jump. The elderly woman from before is still at my window, peering at me with concern. "I'm so sorry," I say, my cheeks warming as I complete her transaction. "Here you go." When I look up again, he's speaking with Sandra at the information desk. His voice carries across the lobby. Smooth, cultured, nothing like the local drawl I'm used to hearing. This isn't someone who belongs in our little branch, where the biggest transaction of the day is usually a farmer depositing his market earnings. The ceiling fan wobbles overhead, squeaking with each rotation. He glances up at it, the corner of his mouth twitching. I recognize that look. It's the same one I wore when I first started working here, before I learned to tune out all the little imperfections that make up my daily prison. I should look away. I should focus on my work. I should remember the ring on my finger. Instead, I watch him pull out his phone, noting how his shoulder muscle ripples under his jacket as he moves. Sandra points him toward my window, and my heart stutters as he approaches. His presence fills my peripheral vision, commanding attention without saying a word. Our eyes meet, and the air between us crackles with something electric, something dangerous. My fingers curl against the counter's smooth surface, seeking an anchor against the sudden vertigo. The world narrows to piercing blue eyes that seem to see right through my professional facade. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth, and I have to swallow before I can speak. Why is my mouth so dry? How can I help you? I sound steadier than I expect, though my pulse thunders in my ears. His gaze flicks to my nameplate, then back to my face. The corner of his mouth lifts slightly, not quite a smile, but something more intimate, more knowing. A paper rustles somewhere in the lobby, but all I can focus on is the way his fingers rest on the counter, mere inches from mine. I should remember my place, remember all the reasons this moment shouldn't affect me the way it does. But I can't. In this instant, I'm not Emily the bank teller, not Emily the reluctant fiancée. I'm just Emily, a woman caught in the gravity of something I don't quite understand. The silence stretches between us, electric and full of possibility, until he finally breaks it. Declan Hunt. His voice carries the weight of someone used to being heard the first time. I need immediate access to my accounts. The name registers. I've seen it in financial magazines, usually alongside words like mogul and empire. Of course, Mr. Hunt. I'll just need to see some identification. He slides his driver's license across the counter, his signet ring catching the light. The photo matches the man before me, though it fails to capture the intensity of his presence. This is time sensitive, he says, drumming his fingers once on the counter. The gesture speaks of controlled impatience. I understand you'll need to verify everything, but I'd appreciate expediency. I scan his ID, hyper-aware of his gaze. The computer takes its time loading. Suddenly, the ancient system seems even slower than usual. Each second stretches like taffy. I enter his account information and wait seemingly forever for it to register. The screen finally loads, and my eyes widen at the numbers displayed. I'll need to get my manager for transactions of this size, I say, reaching for the phone. His jaw tightens, a muscle flickering beneath perfectly smooth skin. The change is subtle, like watching a tiger's ears flatten before it strikes. I understand protocol, he says, each word precise and controlled. But time is rather crucial here. I'll page him right now, I say, reaching for the phone. My hand trembles slightly, and I curl my fingers into a fist to steady them. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Minutes? He tastes the word like it's bitter. His gaze darts to the security camera in the corner, then back to me. And your manager is? Gavin Rhodes, I reply, punching in the extension. The phone rings once, twice. Each unanswered ring makes Declan's shoulders tighten further. No answer. His voice drops lower. Private. The kind of voice that makes promises or threats. He might be in a meeting. I set down the receiver, painfully aware of how close his hands are to mine on the counter. I can try his cell. Do that, now. The command in his tone makes me jump. I fumble with my phone, nearly dropping it. When I look up, his expression has softened slightly, but the tension remains in his jaw, in the rigid set of his shoulders. I apologize, he says. This situation is time sensitive. The word choice makes my skin prickle. There's more here than a simple transaction, More than just another wealthy client throwing his weight around. Something in his carefully controlled demeanor screams of barely contained urgency. Desperation. And desperate people can be dangerous.
Chapter 2. Declan. I keep my face neutral, but my fingers tighten against the polished counter. Years of tense board meetings have taught me how to mask impatience with practiced calm. The teller, Emily according to her name tag, taps at her keyboard, each click like a countdown timer in my head. I understand this is frustrating, Mr. Hunt, but without proper verification, the funds are mine. My voice stays level, though my pulse quickens. I can prove it. What exactly do you need? She glances at her screen. 2 forms of government ID, proof of address, and your social security card. Also, any transfers over $50,000 require manager approval. The mention of a manager makes my jaw clench. More roadblocks, more time I don't have. Through the glass barrier, I catch a whiff of her perfume. Something subtle, professional, like her. She's different from the usual bank tellers I've dealt with. There's intelligence in those green eyes and something else. Recognition, maybe. Of what? I'm not sure. Look, I lean in slightly, lowering my voice. I wouldn't be here if this weren't urgent. Is there a way to expedite this process? I wish I could help. She matches my tone, and I see past her professional facade. There's empathy there, mixed with resignation. But the system flags any attempt to override these protocols. I'd lose my job. My phone in my pocket reminds me of the 3 missed calls from my lawyer. Each passing minute brings me closer to financial ruin, all because I trusted the wrong person. The irony isn't lost on me. A billionaire begging for access to his own money in a podunk bank. When can your manager review this? He's in a meeting right now, but... I shift my weight, scanning the bank's interior while Emily continues typing. The place reeks of small-town mediocrity. Faded motivational posters, scratched floors, and dust collecting in corners that haven't seen a proper cleaning in months. Movement catches my eye. Through the blinds of the manager's office, a figure paces back and forth. The door's nameplate reads, Gavin Rhodes, Branch Manager, in desperate gold lettering. In a meeting? I tap the counter, drawing Emily's attention back to me. Your manager seems quite busy watching us from his office. A flush creeps up her neck. Let me guess. He told you to say that. Is there a text thread going on? She doesn't answer, but her fingers pause over the keyboard. That's answer enough. The manager's door opens, and out steps exactly what I expected. A walking caricature of middle management. His suit jacket stretches tight across his shoulders, at least one size too small. A gaudy watch flashes on his wrist as he adjusts his tie. The way he struts across the floor reminds me of peacocks I've seen at wealthy clients' estates. All show, no substance. Something wrong here? His voice carries that fake authority I've heard countless times from men trying to prove their importance. Even his voice is greasy. I turn, meeting his gaze. He falters for a split second like they all do. Actually, yes. I need access to my accounts, and I was told you're the one who can expedite that process. He smooths his already slicked back hair. I'm afraid proper procedures must be followed. We can't make exceptions even for... His eyes dart to my custom suit, trying to place its worth. Special cases. The corner of my mouth twitches. I've seen his type before. Small men drunk on smaller power. They're usually the first to crumble when real pressure hits. I turn back to Emily, dismissing Rhodes like the footnote he is. There's something about her that catches my attention. A steadiness I rarely see in people anymore. Most scatter their energy, desperately trying to prove their worth. She doesn't. Her movements are precise, deliberate, each keystroke purposeful. Miss Taylor, I appreciate your position here, but surely there's a way we can work within the system to smooth out this process. Her green eyes meet mine, unflinching. The verification process exists to protect our clients, Mr. Hunt. A pause, then quieter. Even from themselves sometimes. The insight in that statement hits closer to home than she could know. If I'd had someone like her watching my accounts instead of... No. Focus on the present. Honey. Rhodes steps closer, his cologne hitting my nose like a chemical weapon. Let me handle this. Something flickers across Emily's face. Disgust. She masks it quickly, but not before I catch it. Interesting. The ring on her finger catches the fluorescent light, and pieces start falling into place. The way Rhodes hovers, her careful neutrality, the tension in her shoulders when he speaks. Actually, I say, I prefer working with Miss Taylor. She seems to understand the importance of both security and efficiency. I lean forward slightly, holding her gaze. Unlike some who mistake bureaucracy for competence. A small smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, there and gone in an instant. But it's genuine, unlike the professional mask she's been wearing. For a moment, I glimpse something else behind those eyes. Intelligence, wit, and a spark of defiance that this place hasn't quite managed to smother. What if I told you it's a matter of life and death? I offer a slight smile, letting my guard down just enough to show sincerity beneath the charm. Emily's eyebrow arches and she leans back slightly from her monitor. The fluorescent lights catch the green of her eyes, making them spark with intelligence. Most people would have melted by now, either from intimidation or attraction. But she just studies me, her expression a perfect blend of professional skepticism and personal curiosity. In my experience, Mr. Hunt, when someone says that, it usually means they're either exaggerating or hiding something. She taps her pen against the counter, a steady rhythm that matches the ticking clock above. Which is it? The directness startles me. In my world, people dance around truth, coating everything in layers of corporate speak and false pleasantries. Her candor is refreshing. What if it's neither? I rest my hands on the counter, noting how she doesn't lean away like most would. What if I'm just being honest? It's a tax issue, actually, and nothing that I am at fault for. Taxes are a matter of life and death at times, aren't they? That remains to be seen. A ghost of a smile lights up her face. But that still doesn't change bank policy. Rhodes hovers nearby, his presence as subtle as his cologne. I think... I've got this, Gavin. The way she cuts him off, polite but firm, speaks volumes. He heads back toward his office in a huff, no doubt plotting his next weaselly move. She turns back to me, and there's something in her gaze. A quiet defiance that seems aimed at more than just my request. I find myself forgetting about the urgency of my situation for a moment, intrigued by the complexity behind that professional facade. She's trapped here. That much is obvious. But unlike everyone else in this bank, she hasn't let it diminish her. I'd love to find out more. Chapter 3. Declan. I lean closer, lowering my voice. Look, you strike me as someone who understands nuance, the kind of person who sees past surface-level problems to real solutions. Emily's fingers pause on her keyboard. The slight tilt of her head tells me I've caught her interest. That's quite an assumption based on a 5-minute interaction. Her tone stays professional, but there's an undercurrent of something else. Intelligence, curiosity. I've built my career on reading people. Right now, I'm reading someone who's too sharp to be pushing paper in a branch bank. I tap the counter once, noting how her eyes track the movement. Someone who knows there's more than one way to interpret policy. And I'm reading someone who's used to getting his way. She matches my quiet tone, but there's steel beneath it. Though usually with larger institutions than this one. Smart. She's picked up on exactly what I haven't said. This branch is too small for my usual dealings, which means I'm here for a reason I can't discuss with my regular banks. What gave me away? Besides the Brioni suit, a hint of amusement crosses her face. You keep glancing at your watch. Whatever this is, it's time-sensitive. And you're not the type to waste time in places beneath your pay grade unless you have to. I suppress a smile. She's good. Really good. The kind of perception that would be wasted behind this counter. And that engagement ring she keeps unconsciously adjusting. Another chain she's too smart to be wearing. Tell me, Miss Taylor, do you always hide how clever you are? Or is that just a survival mechanism in this place? The question hits home. Her professional mask slips for just a second, revealing something raw and real underneath. She recovers quickly, but not before I see it. That flash of recognition between two people trapped in worlds too small for them. Emily's fingers dance across the counter in an irregular rhythm, betraying the conflict behind her professional mask. Her eyes dart between my face and her computer screen, weighing options I can practically see forming in her mind. The click of expensive yet tasteless shoes breaks our connection. The scent of too strong cologne announces Gavin's arrival before he speaks. Mr. Hunt! His nasal voice grates against my ears. For someone of your supposed business acumen, you seem to have trouble grasping simple concepts. I turn slowly, letting him feel the full weight of my attention. The slight step backward he takes doesn't escape my notice. Let me spell it out again. He tugs at his gaudy tie clip. The IRS doesn't care what happened with that liability. The law is clear. You either pay what you owe, get married to split the responsibility of payment, or face the consequences. No amount of intimidating my staff will change that. Emily's fingers stop their nervous dance. Through my peripheral vision, I catch her straightening her spine, the movement subtle but telling. And I suppose you're the expert on tax law now, Gavin? The corner of my mouth ticks up as his name tag confirms what I'd already guessed. Tell me, does that expertise come with the title of branch manager? Or is it just a personal hobby? I don't appreciate your tone. And I don't appreciate managers who interrupt private conversations to recite regulations they barely understand. I lean back against the counter, casual yet commanding. Though I'm curious, why mention marriage specifically? Seems an odd detail to fixate on. His eyes flick to Emily just for a moment. That's when it clicks. The engagement ring she keeps fidgeting with. His desperate need to assert authority, her obvious discomfort with his presence. Well, isn't that interesting? The pieces click together in my mind like a perfect trade opportunity. Marriage splits tax liability. Emily's trapped in an engagement with this pompous fool. And I need a solution. Fast. I reach across the counter, taking Emily's hand in mine. Her skin is cool against my palm, and I notice she doesn't pull away. Oh, how rude of me. Didn't I introduce you to my fiancée? Emily's green eyes widen for a fraction of a second before something shifts in them. Recognition. Maybe understanding. Her fingers tense against mine, but she doesn't break character. Gavin's face contorts, the veins in his neck straining against his too-tight collar. What? That's impossible. Emily's engaged to... was engaged. I cut in smoothly, my thumb brushing over Emily's knuckles. Plans change, don't they, darling? The muscle in Gavin's jaw twitches. His gaudy ring catches the fluorescent light as he points at Emily's hand. She's wearing my ring. An oversight will correct immediately. I turn to Emily, letting my voice soften. I told you that ring wasn't worthy of you. Take it off, please, dear. Emily's lips part slightly, and I catch the ghost of a smile there. She slips her hand from mine and removes Gavin's ring with deliberate slowness. The cheap stone doesn't even sparkle as she sets it on the counter with a quiet tap. I was going to tell you today, she says to Gavin, her voice steady. I just hadn't found the right moment. Gavin's face floods with color. This is ridiculous. You can't possibly... Can't possibly what? I arch an eyebrow. Fall in love? Leave a stifling situation for something better? Make her own choices? The other customers are starting to stare. Gavin notices too, his authority crumbling under the weight of public scrutiny. I hold my breath, watching Emily's face. My gambit could backfire spectacularly if she doesn't play along. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as time stretches like a rubber band about to snap. Then Emily's lips curve into a smile. Not the practiced, professional one she'd worn earlier, but something softer, more natural. "Didn't I tell you about the guy I've been seeing?" The words hit Gavin like a physical blow. His mouth opens and closes, reminding me of a fish gasping for air. His carefully manicured hand grips the counter, knuckles white against the fake marble. "You've been..." His voice cracks. "How long?" "Long enough to know what I want." Emily's voice grows stronger with each word. Her fingers brush against mine on the counter. "Long enough to realize what I don't want." Gavin's face darkens to an alarming shade of red. The gaudy chain around his neck catches the light as his chest heaves. "This is a joke! It has to be a joke." "I assure you it's not." I step closer to Emily, letting my shoulder block Gavin's line of sight to her. "Though I understand this must come as quite a shock." "A shock?" Gavin's voice rises, drawing more attention from the handful of customers in the bank. "You walk in here, throwing around your designer suit and your attitude, and think you can just..." "I didn't think anything," I cut in smoothly. "Emily made her own choice. Something you seem to have trouble understanding." His hands ball into fists at his sides. A vein pulses in his temple, visible even under the sheen of hair product. The way he glares at Emily makes my jaw clench. I resist the urge to step completely between them. This clown cannot win.
Chapter 4. Emily. My heart thunders against my ribs as Gavin steps toward us, his gaudy ring glinting under the lights. The warmth of Declan's hand still lingers on mine, and I resist the urge to pull away as Gavin's face contorts with each step. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" Gavin's voice cracks, his attempt at authority falling flat. "I can explain," I start, but Declan's smooth voice cuts through. "I believe your employee just did. Emily and I have been seeing each other." The muscles in Gavin's jaw twitch. His pinky ring catches on his silk tie as he jabs a finger toward me. "That's impossible. Emily's engaged. To me." "Was engaged," I hear myself say. The words come out in a rush and a surge of adrenaline courses through my veins. "I've been trying to tell you." "Tell me what?" Gavin's voice rises, drawing attention from the handful of customers in the lobby. "That you've been sneaking around with this. "I choose your next words carefully," Declan says, his tone carrying a weight that makes Gavin's bluster deflate like a punctured balloon. My hands tremble beneath the counter as I watch them square off. The security camera's red light blinks steadily above us, recording every second of this train wreck. A drop of sweat rolls down Gavin's temple, catching in his overgelled hair. "This is ridiculous," Gavin sputters. "You expect me to believe you're engaged to a bank teller?" "I expect you to maintain professional courtesy in your workplace," Declan replies, "regardless of your personal feelings about the situation." The room is filled with tense silence. My engagement ring to Gavin suddenly feels like the cheap jewelry it is as I slide it off my finger and set it on the counter in front of him. My cheeks burn as whispers ripple through the bank lobby. Susan from Loans leans over to Martha at the next window, their hushed conversation barely masking their gleeful shock. The security guard by the door doesn't even pretend not to watch. 2 months, Declan says smoothly, his hand finding the small of my back. The warmth of his touch sends a shiver up my spine. We met at the coffee shop on the corner, and my world has never been the same. He sends me a smile that does curious things to my insides as I try to process everything that's happening. Gavin's voice rises. "I gave you a real job. I made you somebody. Declan's fingers pressed slightly against my back, steadying me. I think you'll find Emily was already somebody long before you came along. This is absurd. Gavin yanks at his collar, the garish gold around his neck catching the light. You expect me to believe you've been secretly dating a billionaire? Declan smiles, a devastatingly handsome light illuminating his face. I can't believe she didn't tell you. He slips an arm around my waist, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through my entire body. We've had this planned for a while. We're heading to France today. France. My stomach does a backflip as Declan's arm tightens around me. The expensive fabric of his suit brushes against my standard-issue bank uniform, and I catch a whiff of his cologne, something crisp and subtle that makes my head spin. That's right, I manage, trying to match Declan's casual tone. We're catching the evening flight to Paris. The words tumble out of my mouth, uncontrolled, and I silently pray I haven't just contradicted whatever plan Declan has concocted. Paris? Gavin's face turns an alarming shade of red. You hate flying? You wouldn't even come with me to Atlantic City last summer? That's because Atlantic City isn't Paris. I snap, surprising myself with the bite in my voice. And maybe I just didn't want to go with you. Susan from Loans lets out an audible gasp and I hear Martha whisper, You go, girl. We're planning a small ceremony at a vineyard in Bordeaux, Declan adds smoothly. His thumb traces small circles on my hip, and I fight to keep my breathing steady. Emily mentioned how much she loves French wine. I've never mentioned anything about French wine to anyone, mainly because the fanciest thing I've ever drunk came from a box. But I nod, letting my head rest against Declan's shoulder, like we've done this 1,000,000 times before. You don't even have a passport, Gavin sputters, his gold chain glinting as he shifts his weight. Got it last month, I lie, amazed at how easily the deceptions are flowing now. Right after Declan proposed. The warmth of Declan's body against mine feels like a lifeline as I watch Gavin process this information. His cheap aftershave mingles with the stale coffee smell that perpetually haunts the bank, and suddenly I can't believe I ever agreed to marry him. I clench my fists, years of suppressed anger finally breaking through. You have no right to question my decisions, Gavin. We're not together. It's over. The words echo through the lobby, bouncing off the marble floors and high ceilings. My hands shake, but my voice remains steady. The familiar weight of fear and obligation lifts from my shoulders with each passing second. You can't just... Gavin steps closer, his gaudy jewelry catching the light. What about everything I've done for you? Done for me? The laugh that escapes my throat sounds foreign, almost hysterical. You mean controlling every aspect of my life? Telling me my writing was a waste of time? Making me feel small every chance you got? Declan's arm tightens protectively around my waist. The gesture, though part of our charade, gives me strength. That's not... Gavin tugs at his collar. I was trying to help you be practical. Practical? My voice rises. Like that time you told the local paper not to hire me because you thought I needed to focus on my real job? A collective murmur ripples through the bank. Susan from Loans drops her pen. I did that for your own good, Gavin splutters, his pinky ring glinting as he gestures wildly. You needed stability? No. I plant my hands on the counter, leaning forward. You needed control. There's a difference. The security camera blinks above us, recording every moment of my liberation. And for once, I don't care who's watching. I turn away from Gavin's spluttering face, my heart racing but my voice steady. Give me a second. I need to clock out. The walk to the break room feels surreal. My fingers shake as I punch out, grab my purse from my locker, and leave my name tag on the shelf. 5 years of my life summed up in a plastic badge with a crooked photo. The leather seat of Declan's car cradles me as I slide in, the new car smell mixing with his cologne. Everything about this vehicle screams luxury, from the polished dashboard to the purring engine. My uniform feels cheap against the supple leather. The click of my seatbelt echoes in the quiet cabin. Through the tinted windows, I watch Gavin burst out of the bank's front doors, his face purple with rage. Declan pulls away from the curb with smooth precision, leaving my ex-fiancée growing smaller in the side mirror. My pulse finally starts to slow as we merge onto the highway. The reality of what just happened hits me. I quit my job, ended my engagement, and got into a car with a virtual stranger. A very wealthy, very handsome stranger who just claimed we're engaged. I clear my throat, trying to sound more confident than I am at the moment. Okay, where are we really going? Declan glances at me, and the smirk that curves his lips sends a jolt of electricity through my entire body. France? You're joking. The words sound squeaky as I hear myself say them. Do I look like I'm joking? His blue eyes darken with something that might be mischief or might be danger. I'm not sure which option thrills me more.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 5. Declan. The late afternoon sun glints off my Tesla's hood as we speed toward the airport. Emily sits ramrod straight beside me, her fingers twisting the strap of her purse. The silence fills the car like thick smoke, broken only by the soft purr of the engine. I catch her shooting furtive glances my way, each one more suspicious than the last. "Are you going to murder me or something?" she blurts out. A laugh bursts from my chest, genuine and unexpected. "Murder you? You just saved my butt. I'm not going to do anything but worship the ground you walk on." She snorts, and I watch the tension melt from her shoulders. That's exactly what a murderer would say to get me to let my guard down. If I were planning to murder you, I'd at least wait until after we got married. The prenup would be worthless otherwise. Oh, so you're a practical murderer. Her green eyes spark with humor. That's comforting. I prefer strategic planner. Sounds better on a resume. She leans back in her seat, crossing her arms. And here I thought spontaneously proposing to a bank teller wasn't very strategic. Sometimes the best strategies come from desperate circumstances. I tap my fingers on the steering wheel. Speaking of which, thank you. For playing along back there, you didn't have to. Well, watching Gavin's face turn that particular shade of purple made it worth it. She pauses. Though I have to admit, France is a bit much. Go big or go home. Besides, have you seen Paris in spring? We're taking my jet, so changing the flight plan is no big deal. Your jet? Emily's eyes widen as she processes this information. The sun streaming through the windshield catches the green in her irises, making them flash like cut emeralds. You have a private jet. Of course you have a private jet. I keep my grip loose on the steering wheel, projecting an ease I don't entirely feel. It's more of a business necessity than a luxury, though the champagne service doesn't hurt. This is insane! She runs her fingers through her hair, mussing it slightly. I don't even have a passport. You do, actually. Filed for expedited processing last month, remember? I throw her a knowing look. Part of our whirlwind romance. She stares at me for a long moment, then lets out a surprised laugh. You're good at this. Scary good. Years of corporate negotiations. I signal for the airport exit. But I have to say this is probably my most creative solution yet. Solution? Her voice sharpens. Is that what I am? The question hangs in the air, and I feel a twinge of guilt. But I can't afford to show weakness now. You're my fiancée, remember? At least for the next few weeks. Right. She drums her fingers on her thigh. And what happens after those few weeks? I guide the Tesla into the private aviation terminal's parking lot. How about we focus on getting through today first, one crisis at a time? That's not an answer. No, I agree, cutting the engine. It's not. Emily plants her feet on the tarmac, her work heels clicking against the concrete as she stops dead. The spring breeze whips her hair around her face, and I notice her hands trembling. Wait, I didn't even think about this. I don't have any clothes. I didn't pack. My rent is due. I'll lose my job. What the hell did I just do? Her voice climbs with each revelation. I step closer, placing my hand on the small of her back. Relax. I'll take care of it. You can't just... I can and I will. I guide her toward the sleek Gulfstream G 650. Your rent? Consider it paid for the year. Your job? A dry laugh escapes me. Trust me, you're getting a promotion. She digs her heels in again. To what? Professional runaway? I was thinking more along the lines of executive assistant. The position comes with full benefits, stock options, and a corner office. I force myself to sound light, but my grip stays firm. Plus, you get to boss around everyone except me. You're offering me a job? Well, my fiancé can't exactly be unemployed. Bad optics. The stairs to the jet lower with a hydraulic hiss. As for clothes, we'll stop at Champs-Élysées first thing tomorrow. My treat. You make everything sound so simple. That's because it is simple. I pause at the bottom of the stairs. The hard part was finding someone crazy enough to play along with this scheme. The rest? I wave my hand dismissively. Just details. She looks up at the jet, then back at me. You're either the most prepared, spontaneous person I've ever met, or the most dangerous. Can't I be both? A ghost of a smile crosses her face. I suppose you'll have to be. The leather seat creaks as Emily sinks into it, her hands clutching the armrests. The jet's interior gleams with polished wood and cream upholstery, but her attention is fixed on more practical matters. My apartment. I can't just abandon it. And work. God, Gavin's going to make everyone's life hell. She runs her fingers through her hair. I don't even have a toothbrush. I wave to the flight attendant. Champagne for both of us, Sarah. Turning back to Emily, I have to smile at her mounting panic. Your rent's covered. I will have my assistant wire the full year's payment to your landlord. And that job, trust me, you're trading up. That little peon of a boss can terrorize someone else. The flight attendant returns with 2 crystal flutes. Emily takes hers but doesn't drink, her green eyes searching my face. You can't just solve everything by throwing money at it. Watch me. I sip my champagne. As for personal items, Paris has stores, lots of them. Consider it your signing bonus. The engines roar to life and Emily grips her armrest tighter as we taxi down the runway. The takeoff is smooth, but she keeps her eyes squeezed shut until we level out. When she finally opens them, the setting sun paints her face in gold through the window. She studies the clouds below for a long moment before turning to me. "Why are you doing this?" The question hits harder than I expect. I meet her gaze, struck by the mix of uncertainty and determination in those green eyes. "Because you took a chance on me, and I don't let people down." My chest tightens at the half-truth. The real answer, that something about her quiet strength and hidden fire draws me in like a moth to flame, stays locked behind my teeth. It's too soon, too dangerous to admit how much I want to see where this goes.
Chapter 6. Emily. The upholstered seat groans as I shift my weight, trying to get comfortable. My phone screen glows in the dim cabin light as I type out the message to Molly. The words feel inadequate, almost comical given the situation. "Your roommate?" Declan asks, not looking up from his tablet. "Yeah." I should probably tell her something more than gone for a bit, shouldn't I? He glances over, amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Might help avoid a missing persons report. My fingers hesitate over the keyboard. The altitude makes my head swim, or maybe it's the champagne he offered earlier. What exactly am I supposed to say? "Hey, Molly. Ran off to France with a billionaire I met at work today. Totally normal Tuesday." Wednesday, actually. His eyes lock with mine. And there's that spark again, the one that made me crazy enough to get in his car. And I prefer spontaneous romantic getaway to ran off. I snort, dropping my phone into my lap. Right, because that sounds so much better. The city lights below look like scattered diamonds on black velvet. "This is insane. I don't even know your middle name." "James." He sets his tablet aside. "And yours?" "Marie." I run my fingers along the armrest, tracing the stitching. Though that doesn't make this any less crazy. Sometimes crazy is exactly what we need. He leans back, studying me. "You didn't seem happy at that bank." "That obvious?" "You have writer's hands. Always fidgeting with that pen, like you're itching to write something more interesting than deposit slips." The observation surprises me. My phone buzzes. Molly's reply. "OMG, what?" "Call me." I turn the phone face down, my stomach doing flips that have nothing to do with turbulence. Here I am, miles above the earth, with a stranger who noticed more about me in one day than Gavin did in 2 years. The flight attendant approaches, her heels squeaking softly against the carpeted aisle. "More champagne?" "Please." The bubbles have already gone to my head, but I need something to steady my nerves. I accept the crystal flute, watching the golden liquid catch the cabin lights. Taking a deep breath, I move to the seat next to Declan. The seat creaks beneath me as I settle in. His cologne, subtle but expensive, mingles with the crisp scent of his freshly pressed shirt. "So," I take a sip, letting the champagne fizz on my tongue. "Do you really think you're going to marry me?" His blue eyes meet mine, unwavering. "That's the plan." Just like that, the champagne glass trembles slightly in my hand. "You don't even know me." "I know enough." He turns in his seat to face me fully. "I know you're smart enough to see an opportunity and brave enough to take it. I know you've been settling for less than you deserve." My cheeks warm, and it's not just the alcohol. Those aren't exactly the foundations of a lasting marriage. "No?" His lips quirk up. "What about mutual benefit? Shared risk? A willingness to jump into the unknown together?" He takes the glass from my unsteady hand, his fingers brushing mine. Some people spend years together and never have that. The truth of his words hits harder than the champagne. Gavin and I had none of those things, just the hollow comfort of familiar misery. Besides, Declan adds, we have the whole flight to Paris to get to know each other. I raise an eyebrow, the champagne making me bolder than usual. Why do I feel like you're trying to dodge this financial situation or something? I can't believe I'm actually saying this to him. Declan's expression shifts, the playfulness draining from his face. His jaw tightens, and he sets down his glass with careful precision. It's not that. When you're rich, people will do anything to screw you over. The sudden change in his demeanor makes me pause. The cabin lights cast shadows across his face, highlighting the tension in his features. I let out a nervous laugh, trying to lighten the mood. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Rich people do whatever they want. He shrugs, but his smile is faint, almost bitter. Believe what you want. His fingers drum against the armrest, a rhythmic pattern that speaks of contained energy. The private jet hums around us, and for a moment, the weight of everything I don't know about this man settles over me, almost crushing. The flight attendant appears again, breaking the tension. We'll be crossing into international waters soon. Can I get you anything else? Declan waves her off, his attention still fixed on some point in the distance. The playful banter from earlier has evaporated, replaced by something rawer, more genuine. I watch him, wondering what wounds lie beneath that perfectly tailored suit. Something warm brushes my cheek. Emily, Declan's voice pulls me from a champagne-induced hazy sleep. Look out the window. My neck aches from sleeping at an odd angle against the seat. I blink, trying to orient myself in the dim cabin. Sunlight streams through the window, and as my vision clears, I press my face to the glass. Oh my God. The words escape in a whisper. Below us stretches a patchwork quilt of greens and golds, each field perfectly manicured like something from a painting. Vineyards trace the gentle slopes of hills, their rows creating hypnotic patterns that stretch toward the horizon. Stone buildings cluster in tiny villages, their terracotta roofs glowing in the morning light. Welcome to France. Declan's breath warms my ear as he leans closer to share my view. This is incredible. My fingers trace the cool glass. I mean, I knew we were going to France, but you thought you'd wake up back at your teller window? I turn to face him, surprised by how close he is. The morning light permeates his blue eyes, making them almost translucent. Can you blame me? Yesterday I was counting other people's money. Today I'm flying over French vineyards in a private jet with a man I barely know. Having second thoughts? There's a hint of tension in his question. I look back at the landscape below, at all those perfectly ordered rows of grapevines leading to possibilities I never dared imagine. No, the certainty in my voice surprises even me. For the first time ever, I think I might be exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Chapter 7. Declan. The wheels touch down with a gentle bump, and I watch Emily's face pressed against the window. Her eyes sparkle with wonder at the patchwork of vineyards stretching into the distance. The sun hangs low on the horizon, painting everything in warm amber hues. Welcome to France, I say, reaching for my phone. Let me make a quick call. Emily turns to me, exhaustion evident in the way she blinks slowly. Your estate isn't far, right? Change of plans. We're staying at this lovely little cottage I know. I dial my usual contact in the area. Jacques? Oui. We need accommodations at Le Petit Jardin, s'il vous plaît. What are you doing over there? Emily's eyebrows rise slightly. Don't worry, I'll be a gentleman, I wink, which earns me a small laugh. The drive from the airstrip takes us through narrow cobblestone streets. Emily's head keeps nodding forward, then jerking back up. When we pull up to the ivy-covered stone building, her eyes widen. This is beautiful. Wait until you see the gardens in the morning. I grab our minimal luggage, just my overnight bag and her purse. The owner's wife makes the most incredible pain au chocolat you've ever tasted. I've never had real French pastries before. Then you're in for a treat. I guide her through the arched doorway. Tomorrow we can head to Paris for a proper shopping trip, get you everything you need. Inside the inn, the scent of lavender and fresh-baked bread fills the air. Madame Dubois greets us with her usual warmth, her silver hair swept up in an elegant twist. Monsieur Hunt, quel plaisir de vous revoir. She embraces me like a long lost son. Marie, vous êtes plus belle chaque fois que je vous vois. I kiss both her cheeks. Nous avons besoin d'une chambre pour la nuit, avec 2 lits, s'il vous plaît. Emily watches our exchange, her eyes darting between us. Marie's gaze lands on her, and a knowing smile spreads across her face. Ah, bien sûr, la chambre bleue est libre. She hands me an antique key, the brass worn smooth from years of use. I lead Emily up the creaking wooden staircase to the second floor. The blue room lives up to its name. Delicate cornflower wallpaper covers the walls, matching the cotton curtains that frame a window overlooking the garden. 2 brass beds sit against opposite walls, their quilts hand-stitched with intricate patterns. Emily runs her fingers along one of the exposed wooden beams crossing the ceiling. This place looks like a living storybook. 2 beds? She turns to me with a playful glint in her eye. Worried about my virtue? I set our bags down, loosening my tie. Didn't want you to think I'm that kind of guy. What kind of guy brings a stranger to France on his private jet? The kind who appreciates someone taking a chance on him. The bathroom door clicks shut, and I loosen my tie, dropping onto the bed with a heavy sigh. The sound of running water fills the quiet room. I check my phone. 3 missed calls from my lawyer. They can wait until morning. If they can even find us. Steam curls under the door, carrying the scent of the inn's lavender soap. My mind wanders to Emily, and I shift uncomfortably. At least 25 years between us, and here I am, acting like a teenager. Focus on the problem, I mutter to myself, running my hands through my hair. Tax liability, legal issues, the advisor who screwed you over. But the steady rhythm of the shower draws my attention back. I picture water cascading down her long frame, those green eyes closed in contentment, dark hair slicked back. Damn it! I stand abruptly, pacing to the window. The garden below is bathed in moonlight, but I barely see it. What kind of man brings a young woman across the world on a whim? The kind who's desperate, that's who. The kind who's running out of options. But there's something about her. The way she stood up to Gavin. The sharp intelligence behind those quiet observations. The courage to jump into this crazy scheme. The water stops, and I force myself to focus on my phone, scrolling through emails without reading them. Hey! Emily calls through the door. I just realized I don't have anything to sleep in! My throat tightens and I have to clear it before speaking. There's a robe hanging on the back of the door. I'll pick up some clothes for you first thing tomorrow. Thanks. A pause. This is weird, right? Like, really weird. I laugh, grateful for her candor. Definitely weird, but I promise you're safe with me. Even if I'm not entirely safe from myself. The bathroom door opens and my carefully constructed self-control slips. Emily stands there in the inn's white cotton robe, which falls just above her knees. Water droplets trail down her neck, disappearing beneath the collar. Her dark hair frames her face in damp waves, and a hint of pink colors her cheeks from the steam. Your turn, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. She won't meet my eyes, focusing instead on gathering her discarded clothes. My heart is racing in my chest. The robe clings to her in places where she hasn't dried completely. I grab my overnight bag, nearly knocking it off the chair in my haste. Right. Yes, thank you. My voice sounds more intimate than intended. I slip past her into the bathroom, careful not to brush against her. The lingering warmth and humidity from her shower envelops me. The air smells of lavender and something distinctly Emily, clean skin, and a trace of shampoo. The shower spray hits my shoulders, but I can't stop thinking about her on the other side of the door. Is she settling into bed? Reading? Looking out at the moonlit garden? I press my forehead against the cool tile. Get it together, I mutter. She's half your age. She's here because you needed help. Nothing more. But the image of her in that robe persists, along with the memory of how she stood up to Gavin, her quiet strength, the way her eyes light up when she's amused. I finish quickly, not trusting myself to linger. The borrowed robe feels rough against my skin as I dry off, a stark reminder that this isn't my usual routine. Nothing about this situation is usual. When I step out, Emily's curled up on the bed furthest from the door, her bare legs tucked beneath her as she scrolls through her phone. The robe has ridden up slightly, and I force my gaze away. I hung up your suit, she says, still not looking at me. It was getting wrinkled. Thank you. I settle onto my bed, the mattress creaking softly beneath my weight. You didn't have to do that. Force of habit, I guess. Emily pulls the quilt up to her chest, her fingers tracing the intricate stitching. Working at the bank, everything has to be just so. The ancient radiator in the corner hisses, adding its voice to the symphony of creaks and groans from the old building. Moonlight streams through the lace curtains, casting delicate shadows across the floor between our beds. Emily's hair fans out across her pillow, still damp from her shower. I prop myself up on one elbow, watching her profile in the dim light. Her eyes are fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. Are you okay? She turns her head toward me, a small smile playing at her lips. Yeah, just... this feels unreal. Her voice is barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break whatever spell we're under. I return her smile, feeling something twist in my chest. It's real, Emily, and it's just the beginning. My words are heavy with promise and threat. My jaw clenches as I think about what's at stake. The millions I stand to lose, the legal nightmare looming over me. Emily is my way out, whether she knows it or not. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep her close, to make sure she follows through. But watching her now, peaceful and trusting in the moonlight, guilt gnaws at my conscience. She doesn't deserve to be caught up in my mess. Yet here she is, having jumped headfirst into this chaos with me. The floorboards creak somewhere down the hall, and Emily's eyes flutter closed. Her breathing gradually evens out, and I'm left alone with my thoughts and the weight of what I'm about to drag her into. Chapter 8. Declan. After 20 minutes of tossing and turning, I sit up. Emily's doing the same, her legs crossed under the quilt. Can't sleep either? I ask. My body thinks it's 3 in the afternoon. She rubs her eyes. Plus, I'm starving. The inn has a small dining room downstairs. Want to grab something? Her eyes light up. They're still open. In France? Always. I slip on my shoes. Though, fair warning, my French is better than my small talk. Emily laughs, sliding out of bed. That's okay. I'm fluent in awkward silence. Good one. I'm appreciating her sense of humor more by the minute. The dining room is cozy, with exposed wooden beams and mismatched chairs. A single candle flickers on each table, casting warm shadows across stone walls. The owner seats us in a corner nook, bringing crusty bread and wine without being asked. So, I begin, spreading butter on still warm bread. Why banking? Emily takes a sip of wine. Because writing doesn't pay the bills. So I was right? I used to write for the local paper, in high school, college. She shrugs, but dreams don't keep the lights on. What did you write about? Local stories, people doing extraordinary things in ordinary places. Her fingers trace the stem of her wine glass. like a woman who turned her garage into a free library for kids or an old man who fixed bikes for foster children. The passion in her voice moves me. Most people I meet want to talk about money, status, connections. Emily talks about community, about stories that matter. Why'd you stop? Reality hit. Student loans came due. Rent went up. She breaks off a piece of bread. Banking seemed safe. Safe isn't always better. Says the billionaire who just kidnapped a bank teller and brought her to France. I choke on my wine and she grins. There's no artifice in her smile, no calculation, just genuine amusement at the absurdity of our situation. Tell me about your favorite story, I say, pouring her another glass of wine. The candlelight catches the green in her eyes, making them sparkle. There was a janitor at the local high school. He'd been there 30 years, knew every kid's name. During lunch breaks, he'd help students with math problems. A janitor teaching math? He had a PhD in mathematics from MIT. Emily leans forward, animated. But his wife got sick, and teaching didn't provide enough health insurance, so he took the janitor position for better benefits. Union protection. Did you interview him? For 3 hours in the cafeteria, he solved complex equations on napkins while mopping the floor. She smiles at the memory. The story won a local journalism award. Why'd you give it up? Emily's smile fades. She traces the rim of her wine glass. My dad lost his job. Mom got sick. The paper was cutting staff, and the bank offered stability. She shrugs. Sometimes you have to choose between what you love and what keeps the lights on. But you miss it. Every single day. Her voice drops to almost a whisper. I keep a notebook in my drawer at work. Write down snippets of conversations, interesting customers, their stories. I lean back, studying her. Would you write about me? A blush creeps up her neck. Maybe. What would you write? That you walked in like you owned the place, but your hands were shaking when you filled out the deposit slip. My breath catches. No one else noticed that detail. You're good. I used to be. You still are, you just stopped believing it. You're very perceptive. You should never have stopped, I say, watching her eyes light up when she talks about her stories. I'd read your stories all day long. The way you notice details, capture the essence of people, it's rare. Emily twirls her wine glass, a sad smile playing on her lips. People told me it wasn't practical. My dad said journalism was dying. Mom worried about health insurance. Even my college advisor suggested I develop marketable skills. The bitterness in her voice stirs something in me. I recognize that look, the same one I see in the mirror some mornings, wondering if success was worth the cost. Speaking of practical decisions, I lean forward, curiosity getting the better of me. How did you end up with someone like Gavin? Emily winces, her fingers tightening around her glass. God, that's embarrassing. Try me. I've made worse decisions. I highly doubt that. He pursued me. Relentlessly. She takes a long sip of wine. Started with little things, bringing me coffee, offering career advice. Then it was lunch meetings that turned into dinner dates. He made everything sound so reasonable. A promotion was opening up. He could mentor me. And you believed him? I believed in security, in not having to worry about rent or medical bills. Her laugh is hollow. But then I saw how he treated the cleaning staff, how he'd humiliate new employees, the way he'd take credit for others' work. She shudders. By then I was trapped, or thought I was. Until today. Until today. She meets my eyes. I should feel guilty about running away with a stranger, but honestly, I'm just relieved. The candlelight flickers across her face, and I see the weight lifting from her shoulders as she speaks the truth aloud. I lean across the table, drawn to the quiet strength in her voice. You should never let anyone tell you who you are. Emily's fingers still on her wine glass, and the air between us shifts. The candlelight catches something in her eyes, a spark of recognition, maybe even desire. My heart flutters in my chest, and I feel compelled to reach for her hand. "Says the man who just convinced me to run away to France," she quips, but her voice wavers. "That's different. I didn't tell you who to be. I just opened a door." I take a sip of wine to steady myself. "You walked through it all on your own." She meets my gaze and everything else fades away. The inn, the other diners, even the reason we're here. There's just her, bathed in candlelight, looking at me like she can see straight through my carefully constructed walls. And what if I don't know who I am anymore? Her question hangs between us, vulnerable and honest. Then you get to find out. I lean back, trying to break the intensity of the moment. Starting with dessert, the chocolate soufflé here is legendary. She laughs, but the electricity lingers. We both feel it, this pull between us, but neither of us is ready to name it yet. Sometimes the most powerful things are the ones left unsaid.
Chapter 9. Emily. The moonlight filters through the thin curtains, casting shadows across the unfamiliar room. I can't sleep. My phone screen illuminates my face as I scroll through Molly's messages. "Girl, where are you? Call me." Emily, seriously, what's happening? The whole bank is talking about you running off with some rich guy? At least tell me you're safe. Declan's steady breathing from the other bed tells me he's asleep. I roll onto my side, the sheets rustling beneath me. How do I even begin to explain this to Molly? That I jumped on a private jet with a stranger to escape my suffocating life? I put my phone down, letting darkness engulf me again. Declan's words from dinner echo in my head. You should never let anyone tell you who you are. Easy for him to say. He's probably never had anyone tell him he couldn't do something. My fingers hover over the keyboard, trying to form a response. I'm safe, just needed a change. I delete it, type again. Taking a break. Delete. Nothing feels right. A floorboard creaks, and I freeze. But Declan's breathing remains steady. In the quiet of this French inn, surrounded by ancient walls, and the whisper of a foreign breeze, I feel both more lost and more found than ever before. My mother's voice rings in my ears. Writing doesn't pay the bills, Emily. Gavin's follows. You're lucky to have this job. Even my college advisor. Be practical. I curl deeper into the unfamiliar blankets, my phone clutched to my chest like a lifeline to my old life. A life where everyone knew exactly who I was supposed to be, except me. My phone screen lights up again, Gavin's name flashing like an accusation. That's the 7th missed call in the last hour. My thumb hovers over the green button. As memories flood back, his condescending smirk during staff meetings, the way he'd parade me around like a trophy, how he'd interrupt me mid-sentence to explain things I already knew. The screen dims, then brightens again with a new text. Emily, you're making a huge mistake. Think about your career. About us. Don't throw everything away for some jerk. Heat rises in my chest. Us? What us? The same us where he decided what I should wear to work. The same us where he vetoed my application for the marketing department because banking is more stable. I slam the phone face down on the nightstand, the thud echoing in the quiet room. Declan stirs in his sleep, muttering something unintelligible. The moonlight catches his profile, so different from Gavin's, strong instead of sharp, confident instead of controlling. My fingers curl into fists, nails digging into my palms. How dare Gavin act like he owns me, like I owe him something? The bank, the engagement, The whole suffocating life I've been living. It was all just a series of compromises I made because I was too scared to want more. Your career, I mouth mockingly at the ceiling. What career? Counting other people's money while my own dreams collected dust. The phone buzzes again. I don't even look at it this time. Just hit the power button until the screen goes black. The memories wash over me like a wave, drowning out the peaceful French night. 6 months ago, I was just another face at the bank, keeping my head down, trying to save enough to maybe start freelancing again. You look tired, Gavin had said one morning, setting a coffee on my counter. Let me take you to dinner. I'd refused 3 times before saying yes. What was I thinking? The coffee had been lukewarm, like everything else about him. The market's unstable for writers right now, he'd say during our dates, his hand always finding ways to touch mine uninvited. You're lucky I gave you this position. Most people would kill for this kind of security. I roll onto my back, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling. The dates had blurred together. Expensive restaurants where he'd order for me without asking. Movies where he'd explain the plot as if I couldn't follow it myself. Work functions where he'd introduce me as my Emily from the front desk. Even then, he was belittling me, making me feel small. His voice echoes in my head. That outfit's a bit revealing for work, don't you think? And you should really stick to the classics section at the bookstore. And writing's more of a hobby, really. I never actually said yes to being his girlfriend. He just assumed. Started telling people we were dating. Began making decisions about my life as if he had the right. And I just let him. The guilt of my own cowardice settles in my chest. I'd chosen the path of least resistance, letting Gavin steamroll over my dreams because fighting back seemed too hard, because security felt safer than passion. My throat tightens. God, why did I ever say yes to that first dinner? A soft rustling draws my attention. Through the darkness, I make out Declan's silhouette by the window, his broad shoulders outlined against the moonlight. He's shed his suit jacket, his white shirt gleaming faintly as sits in the chair near his bed. Gazing out at the sleeping French village, my breath catches as I watch him run his fingers through his hair, a gesture that seems too vulnerable, too human for someone who exudes such control. His reflection in the window shows a different man than the one who strode into my bank this morning. The confident mask has slipped, revealing something raw underneath. He pulls out his phone, the blue light casting harsh shadows across his face. His jaw tightens as he reads something on the screen. Without warning, his hand clenches into a fist, and for a second, I think he might throw the phone against the wall. Instead, he sets it down with deliberate care, each movement measured and controlled. The moonlight catches the lines around his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. What kind of betrayal puts that kind of weight on a man? What drove him to grab a random bank teller and fly her to France? My writer's mind itches to understand his story, to peel back the layers of this enigmatic man who's turned my life upside down in less than 24 hours. But I remain still, pretending to sleep as he stands guard against whatever demons chase him. He picks up his phone again, types something quickly, then returns to his silent vigil. What secrets is he keeping? And why do I feel like they're somehow entangled with my own? This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Declan. The sun creeps over the French countryside, painting everything in shades of gold and pink. I take a long draw of coffee, letting the bitter warmth ground me. Sleep's been impossible since we landed. Too many thoughts crowding my mind, too many problems demanding solutions. Emily shifts in her sleep, and my attention drifts to her. The sunlight catches her hair, setting it ablaze like a dark torch. She looks peaceful now, a stark contrast to the anxiety that's been radiating off her since we left the bank. My phone buzzes. Another message from my lawyer about Victor's trail going cold in Singapore. I delete it without responding. "You're up early?" Emily's voice, still rough with sleep, breaks through my thoughts. Never really went to sleep. I pour a second cup of coffee from the French press and hold it out to her. Here. She wraps her hands around the cup, breathing in the aroma. Thanks. Do you always watch people sleep? Only the ones I spontaneously propose to. A smile tugs at her lips. That happen often? You'd be surprised. I turn back to the window, trying to ignore how the morning light makes her eyes look impossibly green. Actually, you're the first. Lucky me. There's a hint of sarcasm in her voice, but it's gentle, almost playful. The silence between us feels comfortable, which is dangerous. I didn't bring her here to make friends. I brought her here because I needed a solution to my problems. But watching her curl up in the window seat, coffee cup cradled in her hands, something shifts in my chest. She's not just some random bank teller I can use and discard. She's someone who took a chance on a stranger, who walked away from everything she knew on nothing but blind faith. "Penny for your thoughts?" she asks. I shake my head. Too much on my mind, but having you here helps. Emily's eyebrows lift and a faint blush colors her cheeks. She tucks her legs under her, getting more comfortable in the window seat. How exactly am I helping? By being your pretend fiancé? By being real. The honesty in my voice surprises even me. Everyone in my life wears masks. They say what they think I want to hear, do what they think will benefit them most. Lots of people line up to kiss a billionaire's butt. My jaw clenches as Victor's face assaults my memory. But you just say what you think. Is that a compliment or a complaint? Both. I take another sip of coffee. It's refreshing and terrifying. She laughs, the sound warming the morning air. Terrifying? You're a billionaire who just kidnapped a bank teller to France, and I'm the terrifying one? Oh, stop! I didn't kidnap you! You came willingly! I point my cup at her. Second, being a billionaire doesn't make me immune to finding honesty terrifying. Fair enough. She stretches, her borrowed robe slipping slightly off one shoulder. So what's really on your mind, besides your apparent fear of straightforward people? I cross the room and settle next to her on the window seat, close enough that our shoulders almost touch. Emily tenses for a moment but doesn't move away. The morning sun streams through the window, warming the space between us. You're right to ask what's on my mind. My fingers brush against hers as I reach for her empty coffee cup. A jolt of electricity shoots through my hand, and I nearly drop the cup. Emily's sharp intake of breath tells me she felt it too. I should get those refilled, I say, but I don't move. They can wait. Emily shifts slightly, her knee now pressing against mine. You were about to tell me what's really going on. The truth is complicated. try me. I did just abandon my job and fly to France with you. I laugh, folding my arms across my chest. When you frame it like that, I guess I owe you some answers. You guess? Her eyebrow arches in that challenging way that's becoming familiar. Our hands brush again as she adjusts her position, and this time neither of us pulls away. Her skin is warm against mine, sending another sweet sensation up my arm. It would be so easy to lace my fingers through hers, to close this small distance between us. But I can't. Not yet. Not until she knows everything. Emily, My phone buzzes again, breaking the moment. Another message about Victor. Another reminder of why we're really here. I silence my phone and slide it into my pocket. The truth can wait. At least for now. Emily deserves to know everything, but the weight of Victor's betrayal still sits heavy in my chest. I don't even know how I feel about it yet. I focus on what matters right now. This moment, this window seat, this remarkable woman who jumped into the unknown with me. I need to tell you something, I say, watching as the morning light plays across her face. Not everything, not yet, but I want you to know how grateful I am. Emily tilts her head. Grateful? For what? For trusting me. Most people would have called security the moment some stranger grabbed their hand and claimed to be engaged. Who says I trusted you? Maybe I just really needed a vacation. The corner of my mouth twitches. In France, with a complete stranger? Well, when you frame it like that. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, and I resist the urge to help her. I guess I did take quite a leap of faith. Thank you, I say quietly, for taking a chance on me. She looks at me, and neither of us speaks. A small but genuine smile spreads across her face. At least I know now you won't kill me. The tension breaks, and I start laughing, really laughing, for the first time in weeks. Is that what you were worried about? Hey, billionaires can be serial killers too. I've seen American Psycho. I promise my business card collection is completely normal. She laughs, the sound mixing with mine, filling the sunlit room with something that feels dangerously like hope.
Chapter 11. Emily. The breakfast spread before us puts my usual coffee and granola routine to shame. Fresh croissants, local cheese, and fruit arranged with an artistry that has me wanting to snap a photo. Declan's already dressed in another impeccable suit, while I'm still wearing yesterday's clothes. You ready for a little adventure? Declan asks, spreading jam on his croissant. As ready as I'll ever be. I contemplate the coffee that tastes nothing like the watered-down stuff from the bank's break room. Though I have to ask, where exactly are we going? Somewhere special. His eyes sparkle with a hint of mischief. Trust me, and pack your things. We're staying somewhere else for the rest of the time we're here. I raise an eyebrow, my expression questioning. Should I be scared? He grins. Very. An hour later, we're winding through narrow country roads in a sleek rental car. The landscape unfolds like a painting rolling hills, dotted with cypress trees, morning mist still clinging to the valleys. Turn here, Declan says to the driver, pointing to an unmarked road. We pass through wrought iron gates bearing an elegant H monogram. The path opens up to reveal rows upon rows of grapevines stretching toward the horizon, their leaves catching golden sunlight. Welcome to Chateau Hunt, Declan says casually, as if showing me his backyard garden. You own this? My voice comes out as a whisper. Among other things. He gestures off to the left and down the first hill, where a charming cottage that resembles a postcard is nestled against a backdrop of lovely purples and greens. That cottage over there is where we'll be staying now. He helps me out of the car, his hand warm against mine. Want the tour? I scan the countryside, marveling at the beauty before me. The vineyard sprawls across the hillside, each row meticulously maintained. Workers nod respectfully as we pass, speaking rapid French that Declan returns effortlessly. I thought you were in investments, I say, trying to wrap my head around it all. I am. This is more of a passion project. He plucks a perfect grape from a nearby vine. Sometimes the best investments aren't just about money. I run my fingers along a vine, feeling the rough texture. 24 hours ago, I was counting out 20s for customers. Now I'm standing in a French vineyard with a man who keeps revealing new layers like chapters in a novel. This feels so surreal, I admit, like something I would have written about back when. Back when you were following your passion, Declan finishes. The knowing look in his eyes makes my chest ache. The morning sun warms my face as I gaze across the endless rows of vines. My life has somehow transformed into the kind of story I used to dream about writing. The irony isn't lost on me. My fingers trail along the leaves, their texture rough against my skin. Each step takes me further from the suffocating confines of that bank, from Gavin's controlling presence, from a life I settled for. Tell me about your writing, Declan says, ducking under a low-hanging branch. What kind of stories did you want to tell? Stories about people breaking free, finding themselves? I laugh at the parallel. I guess I was writing what I couldn't live. Until now. He stops, picking up a fallen grape. What's stopping you from writing again? Nothing, I suppose. I mean, I'm already in a foreign country, walking through a vineyard with a mysterious billionaire. Sounds like something I would have written. Mysterious? His eyebrow arches. I prefer enigmatic. Of course you do. I'm grinning from ear to ear. The banter comes easily now. Nothing like the forced pleasantries I used to exchange with customers. We reach a clearing where workers are harvesting grapes, their movements precise and practiced. One woman offers me a perfectly ripe bunch, speaking rapid French. I accept with a grateful nod, popping a grape into my mouth. The burst of sweetness rolls across my tongue. This is incredible, I say, offering one to Declan. The soil here, he explains, it's perfect for growing. Sometimes the right things just need the right conditions to flourish. The metaphor isn't lost on me. Here, thousands of miles from my cramped apartment and monotonous job, I feel something shifting inside, like dormant seeds finally finding sunlight. You know, I say, I think I might start writing again. Declan's smile reaches his eyes. I'd like to read what you create. Later that afternoon, the sun bathes the chateau's private tasting room in golden light. Declan swirls his glass, teaching me how to properly appreciate the wine's legs as they trail down the crystal. The intimacy of the moment stirs things within me. Just us, surrounded by oak barrels and bottles that probably cost more than my yearly salary. So tell me about your writing, Declan says, his voice soft but intent. What made you start? I trace the rim of my glass. I used to see opportunity everywhere, in people walking down the street, in overheard conversations. I'd imagine their lives, their secrets. The wine warms my chest, loosening words I've kept locked away. My first published piece was about an old man who fed pigeons in the park every day. Turned out he was leaving messages for his wife's spirit. That's beautiful. Declan leans forward. What happened? Life. The word tastes bitter. Bills needed pain. My parents kept saying I needed something stable. Then the bank job came along and I shrug, letting the sentence fade. And now, I laugh, but it catches in my throat. Now I'm a heroine sitting in a French chateau, drinking wine that costs more than my car, with a mysterious male lead. Maybe that's the kind of story I should be writing. What's stopping you? The question hits harder than the wine. Fear, I guess. I gave up on those dreams once. Started believing the people who said they weren't practical. My fingers tighten around the glass stem. What if I try again and fail? What if you succeed? Declan counters, his piercing eyes holding mine. Sometimes the biggest risk is not taking one at all. The truth of his words settles in my chest. I've spent so long playing it safe, I've forgotten what it feels like to chase something real. The late afternoon sun streams through the chateau's windows, casting long shadows across the worn oak floors. Declan hasn't taken his eyes off me since I started talking about my old writing dreams. There's something different in his gaze. Not the calculating look of a businessman, but genuine interest that makes my cheeks warm. I wrote a piece once, I say, twirling the empty wine glass between my fingers, about a woman who collected other people's discarded dreams. She'd find them in lost diary pages, forgotten art supplies, dusty musical instruments. What happened to her? She started living them herself, one by one, learning violin from abandoned sheet music, painting with left-behind brushes. The memory brings a smile to my face. The editor said it was too whimsical, but it was my favorite thing I'd ever written. Sounds like you were writing about yourself without knowing it. His observation hits closer to home than I'd like to admit. Maybe. I used to see stories effortlessly, the way people moved, talked, the secrets in their eyes. I pause, realizing I'm rambling, but Declan nods encouragingly. Now I mostly just see account numbers. The sun dips lower, painting the room in deep hues of violet and orange. Declan rises from his chair, extending his hand to me. Come on, you need to see something. I place my hand in his without thinking twice. His palm is warm against mine, fingers curling around my own with a gentle assurance. A flutter starts in my chest. Not nervousness exactly, but something lighter, more hopeful. For the first time since stepping onto his private jet, I don't feel like I'm running away from something. It feels like I'm running toward something instead.
Chapter 12. Declan. The evening sun casts long shadows through the vineyard rows, painting Emily's profile in golden light. Her fingers trail along the leaves as we walk, and notice how natural she looks here, away from that suffocating bank. Did you know each vine takes about 3 years before it produces usable grapes? I gesture to a younger section of the vineyard. These won't be ready until next season. That's quite a wait. Emily stops to examine a cluster of grapes. I guess good things take time. They do. My hand brushes against hers as I reach to show her how to check the ripeness. The touch sends a sensuous jolt through me. Like writing. You shouldn't give up on it. She turns to face me, surprise flickering across her features. Why? Because I believe you're really, really good. I'm surprised at my own sincerity, and I clear my throat, trying to regain my usual composure. I mean, it's clear how passionate you are about it. Was, she corrects, but there's a hint of longing in her voice. Past tense. Doesn't have to be. I step closer, drawn in by the way the breeze plays with her hair. What would you write about if you could? This, maybe. She sweeps her arm toward the vineyard and lets out a small laugh. Though who'd believe it? Stranger things have happened. I smile, watching her eyes light up as she describes the story she'd tell. The IRS, Victor's betrayal, my entire mess of a situation. It all fades away when she talks like this, full of life and possibility. You're staring, she says softly. Am I? I should look away. I should maintain distance. Instead, I move closer. I can't help myself. Emily's eyes spark with life as she describes the story she wants to write. Her hands move animatedly, punctuating each word with graceful gestures that capture my attention more than I'd like to admit. There was a piece I always wanted to write about small-town secrets, she says, picking up a fallen grape. About how everyone pretends everything's perfect on the surface, but underneath. She rolls the grape between her fingers. Well, you know how it is. The brighter the facade, the deeper the shadows. I've heard countless pitches in my life, startups, investments, mergers, but none quite like this. She speaks without agenda, without trying to impress. The passion in her voice is raw, unfiltered. Why didn't you pursue it? Gavin said. She stops, catching herself. Sorry, I shouldn't bring him up. No. Tell me. The mention of his name sends an unexpected surge of irritation through me. He said investigative journalism was too risky, that I should focus on something more practical. She lets out a hollow laugh. Funny how other people's practical advice always seems to benefit them more than you. The words hit closer to home than I expect. I think of Victor, of all his practical advice that led to this mess. You know what the worst part is? Emily continues, unaware of my thoughts. I actually believed that little prick. Started seeing my dreams as childish fantasies instead of real possibilities. Something in her tone breaks through my carefully maintained walls. I reach out, touching her arm lightly. Write it. What? The story. Write it here, right now. No one to tell you it's impractical. No one to hold you back. The smile that spreads across her face is different from any I've seen before. Genuine, unguarded, full of hope. For a moment, I forget about the IRS, about my problems, about everything except making sure that smile stays. I lead Emily to a secluded clearing between the vineyard rows, where an old stone bench sits beneath a sprawling oak tree. The evening light filters through the leaves, creating dancing patterns on her skin. She settles onto the bench, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and I find myself transfixed by the simple gesture. What? She asks, catching my stare. Nothing. I clear my throat. Just thinking how different you look here compared to behind that counter. Different good or different bad? Good. Definitely good. I'm surprised at my candidness. You seem freer here. She laughs, the sound carrying across the clearing. Free? I'm in another country halfway across the world. When you put it that way, it does sound a bit crazy. A bit? Her eyes sparkle with amusement. I'd say more than a bit. The setting sun catches her profile, softening her features and highlighting flecks of gold in her green eyes. She's beautiful in a way I hadn't noticed before. Not the manufactured beauty I'm used to seeing at corporate galas, but something real and unguarded. You know what's really crazy? She turns to face me. I don't regret it. Not even a little bit. Something shifts in my chest at her words. I've spent years building walls, protecting myself from people like Victor who take advantage of any weakness. But watching Emily now, seeing how the fading light plays across her face, and the way her smile reaches her eyes when she talks about writing, I feel those walls starting to crack. My hand moves of its own accord, brushing that wayward strand of hair from her face. The touch sends shockwaves through my fingers and I let them linger against her cheek. Emily's eyes meet mine, green and gold in the fading light, and something inside me shifts, breaks, transforms. You're shaking, she whispers, her breath warm against my skin. Am I? The space between us shrinks, magnetic. Her lips part slightly and I'm drawn closer, closer. The scent of vineyard roses mingles with her perfume. My heart pounds against my ribs, a warning I choose to ignore. Rays of sunlight catch in her hair as she tilts her face up to mine, and everything else disappears. The IRS, Victor's betrayal, the responsibility of my empire. There's only Emily, real and warm and honest in a way I'd forgotten existed. I lean in, close enough to feel the flutter of her eyelashes. But then Victor's face flashes through my mind. The last person I trusted completely. The last person I let this close. My chest constricts. I'm sorry. The words scrape past my throat as I pull back, my hand dropping to my side. I I can't. The hurt that flickers across her face cuts deeper than I expect. She deserves better than to be another casualty of my damaged trust, better than to be pulled into my mess of a life. But God help me, I want to kiss her anyway.
Chapter 13. Emily. I shift in the unfamiliar bed, punching the pillow into submission as my mind races. The almost kiss plays on repeat in my head like a movie scene I can't pause. My fingers drift to my lips, remembering how close he was, the warmth of his breath, the intensity in his eyes before he pulled away. The sheets rustle as I roll onto my back, staring at the shadows dancing across the ceiling. Across the room, Declan's breathing fills the darkness. My heart skips. Just thinking about him makes my pulse quicken. This is insane. 3 days ago, I was standing behind a counter, counting other people's money. Now I'm sharing a room with a billionaire who's supposed to be my fake fiancé. A billionaire who almost kissed me in his vineyard. My stomach flutters at the memory of his fingers brushing my cheek. But reality crashes in like a cold wave. What am I doing? This isn't some romance novel where the rich guy sweeps the ordinary girl off her feet. What is this exactly? I barely know him. Sure, he's charming and surprisingly kind. Nothing like Gavin's forced authority, but he's hiding something. I can see it in the way his jaw tightens when he checks his phone, how his eyes cloud over when he thinks no one's watching. The moonlight streams through the window, casting a silver glow across the room. I shift again in the wrinkled sheets, curling into myself. My fingers clutch the blanket tighter as doubt gnaws at my chest. This arrangement is supposed to be temporary, practical. So why does my heart race every time he looks at me? Why do I find myself wanting to know every secret behind those piercing blue eyes? I squeeze my eyes shut, willing sleep to come. But all I think about is the way he whispered, "I'm sorry," before pulling away, and how desperately I wished he hadn't. The mattress dips as I shift again, my mind refusing to quiet down. A car passes outside, its headlights casting moving shadows across the ceiling. On the other side of the room, Declan's breathing has evened out, but I can tell he's not asleep either. It's strange how comfortable this silence feels. With Gavin, silences were always loaded, waiting to be filled with his opinions about my life choices. But with Declan, it's different. When he listened to me talk about writing today, his eyes lit up with genuine interest. No judgment, no lectures about practical career paths. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, probably another message from Gavin. I ignore it, focusing instead on the soft sounds of the French night filtering through the window. A gentle breeze rustles the curtains, carrying the scent of lavender from the garden below. I look across the room. Moonlight spills through the window, casting Declan in silver shadows. As he sits in the armchair, his profile sharp against the darkness. His usual commanding presence has softened, replaced by something raw and unguarded that makes me almost breathless. His phone lies forgotten on the windowsill, his fingers drumming an uneven rhythm on the armrest. "Can't sleep either," I whisper, propping myself up on my elbow. He turns, surprise flickering across his features before his lips curve into a faint smile. Too many thoughts. Want to share any? "You should rest," he says, but I catch the slight tremor in his voice. "So should you." I slip out of bed, padding across the cool wooden floor. But here we are. His eyes follow me as I perch on the window seat beside him. Up close, I notice tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers grip the armrest just a bit too tight. "Sometimes," he says quietly, "everything you've built can disappear in an instant. One mistake. One person you trusted too much." The vulnerability in his voice draws me closer. This isn't the confident billionaire who swept into my bank 3 days ago. This is just a man wrestling with demons he can't control. Is that what happened to you? His jaw tightens. Someone I trusted. He cuts himself off, shaking his head. It doesn't matter now. It matters to you. It matters to me. Our eyes meet in the darkness, and something shifts between us. For a moment, I glimpse the weight he carries, the betrayal that brought him to my counter that day. Why aren't you afraid of me? He asks suddenly. Should I be? Most people are. I'm not most people. His laugh is soft, genuine. No, you're definitely not. His gaze catches mine, and a small smile plays across his lips. My heart does a strange little dance in my chest, like it's forgotten its normal rhythm. The moonlight streaming through the window catches the angles of his face, softening the sharp edges I've grown used to seeing. Are you okay? He asks, his voice low and gentle in the darkness. I nod automatically, the way I've learned to do when people ask that question. But the truth tangles in my throat. How can I be okay when everything I thought I knew about my life has shifted so dramatically? 3 days ago, I was engaged to a man I didn't love, trapped in a job that drained my soul. Now I'm with a virtual stranger who makes my pulse race with just a look. You're a terrible liar, Declan says, leaning forward slightly. His knee brushes against mine, and even through the fabric of my pajamas, the contact sends electricity shooting through me. Your eyes give you away every time. My eyes? They get this little crease. He gestures to the corner of his own eye. Right here, when you're trying to convince yourself of something that isn't true. I touch the spot he indicated, surprised by how closely he's been watching me. That's unsettling. What is? That you can read me so easily. I wrap my arms around my knees, drawing them to my chest. No one's ever noticed that before. His smile fades slightly, replaced by something more intense. Maybe they weren't looking hard enough. His words stir my soul, heavy with implications neither of us is ready to voice.
Chapter 14. Declan. The morning sun bathes the terrace in golden light as I spot Emily sitting alone, a cup of coffee warming her hands. She's wearing one of the outfits we bought yesterday, a simple white blouse and jeans that somehow make her look more elegant than any designer dress could. My feet move before my brain can stop them. Mind if I join you? She glances up, those green eyes catching the light. You don't need my permission. Technically true. I settle into the chair beside her, close enough to catch a hint of her shampoo. But I'd still like your blessing. A small smile forms on her lips. Permission granted. We sit in comfortable silence, watching the mist roll over the countryside. The distance between us feels charged, like static before a storm. I should move away. Should maintain professional boundaries. Should remember why I brought her here in the first place. Instead, I find myself asking, what are you thinking about? How surreal this all is. She takes a sip of coffee. I'm having breakfast in the French countryside. Does my business bother you? The billionaire part? Honestly, she turns to face me. I keep forgetting about it. You don't act like... Like what? Like someone who needs to prove anything. The words hit closer to home than she realizes. I've spent my entire life proving things. To my father, to the industry, to myself. But with Emily, I don't feel that pressure. It's dangerous, intoxicating. Maybe I just haven't found anything worth proving yet, I say softly, holding her gaze. The moment stretches between us, and I know I should look away. Should remember the mess I'm in. Should focus on solving my problems instead of drowning in her eyes. But I can't. And that terrifies me more than any financial crisis ever could. The morning stretches before us like a canvas, painted in soft pinks and golds. Emily's coffee cup steams between her hands as she watches the sunrise, her profile outlined against the growing light. The chaos in my mind, Victor's betrayal, the IRS, the mounting pressure, seems to quiet in her presence. You know what I miss most about writing? She breaks the silence, her voice soft. Moments like this, finding the right words to capture something beautiful. So, capture this one. She turns to me, surprise flickering across her features. What? Describe it to me. The sunrise. I lean back, genuinely curious. Show me how you'd write it. Emily bites her lip, considering. It's not that simple. Why not? Because... She gestures vaguely at the horizon. Words feel inadequate sometimes. Try anyway. She takes a deep breath, and when she speaks again, her voice has a different quality, like she's reading from a story only she can see. The sun creeps over the vineyard like a shy lover, touching everything with golden fingers. The mist parts like curtains, revealing the day's first secrets. The description sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. I've seen countless sunrises from this exact spot, but I've never thought of them quite like that. See, she says, misreading my silence. Told you it was... beautiful. The word slips out, honest. I'm not just talking about her description. She ducks her head, but not before I catch the hint of a blush. We fall back into comfortable silence, watching nature's show unfold. For the first time in weeks, I feel my shoulders relax. My problems don't disappear, but they become bearable. I turn to Emily, my heart pounding against my ribs. Why did you agree to this? To come with me? She stares into her coffee cup, her fingers tracing the rim. Silence stretches between us, making my chest tight. I don't know, she finally says, then shakes her head. No, that's not true. I do know. My breath catches. She looks up at me, those green eyes clear and direct. I was suffocating, every day behind that counter, watching other people live their lives while mine just stopped. And then you walked in. She lets out a soft laugh. You didn't ask permission. You didn't apologize for taking up space. You just existed completely yourself. That's not always a good thing. It is when you've spent years making yourself smaller. She sets down her cup. Gavin kept telling me what I could and couldn't do. What was practical, what was safe, but safe isn't the same as happy. The honesty in her voice assaults like a physical blow. I want to reach for her hand, but I keep mine wrapped around my coffee cup. What about now? I ask. Are you happy? I'm terrified. She smiles slightly. But I finally feel like I'm breathing. Her words echo in my head, stirring something I've tried to bury under spreadsheets and business deals. I lean forward, drawn to the raw honesty in her voice. And now? The question comes out, rougher, more intimate than I intended. Do you feel alive? I lean in, closing the distance between us. My lips brush against hers, soft and tentative at first. The morning sun warms my skin, but it's nothing compared to the heat that courses through me when Emily responds. Her lips part beneath mine, and suddenly I'm drowning in her. My hand finds its way to her neck, fingers tangling in her hair. She tastes like coffee and sweet honey, and I pull her closer, deepening the kiss. Her fingers grip my shirt, anchoring us together as the world fades away. All my careful plans, all my reasons for bringing her here, they scatter like mist in the morning sun. This isn't part of any scheme. This is real, electric, dangerous. Emily makes a small sound in the back of her throat, and it breaks something loose inside me. I kiss her harder, more desperately, like a man who's been dying of thirst, finally finding water. Her other hand comes up to cup my face, her thumb brushing against my jaw. The coffee cups sit forgotten on the table, steam rising unnoticed into the morning air. Time seems to stretch and compress all at once, measured only in the space between our breaths. When we finally break apart, Emily's eyes flutter open. Her cheeks are flushed, her lips slightly swollen. I rest my forehead against hers, both of us breathing heavily. I shouldn't have done that, I whisper, even as my body screams to kiss her again. Then why did you? Because I couldn't not do it anymore. She laughs softly, her breath warm against my lips. That's not proper grammar. Sue me? Sue you, or do you?
Chapter 15. Emily. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. What's going on over there? Declan asks, his voice soft as he brushes a lock of hair from my face. I'm thinking that this wasn't part of our arrangement. I smile, touching my lips where I can still feel the ghost of his kiss. But I don't regret it. He props himself up on one elbow, those piercing blue eyes studying me intently, stirring something deep within me. Emily. Don't. I press my finger to his lips. Don't try to rationalize this or explain it away. For once in my life, I want something to just be what it is. His expression softens, and he catches my hand in his, pressing a kiss to my palm. And what is this? Real. The word comes out barely above a whisper. This is real, Declan. Whatever started this, the arrangement, the escape, the pretense, that's not what this is anymore. No, he agrees, pulling me closer. It's not. I curl into him, breathing in his scent, letting myself feel truly present in this moment. For years, I've been going through the motions, letting life happen to me instead of living it. But here with Declan, I feel awake, alive. I can't remember the last time I felt this happy, I confess against his chest. His arms tighten around me, and I feel his smile against my hair. Neither can I.
Chapter 16. Declan. The cobblestones click beneath our feet as we stroll through the village, Emily's hand warm in mine. She pauses at a small bookshop window, her eyes lighting up at the display of leather-bound classics. Want to go in? I ask, but my voice catches as I watch her. The morning light catches her hair, illuminating every dark strand. The memory of her skin against mine still burns fresh in my mind. You don't have to buy me everything I look at, she says with a laugh, squeezing my hand. I want to... I sound gruff, too gruff. I clear my throat. You said you wanted to write again. Maybe seeing these will inspire you. Her smile falters slightly. About that, I've been thinking, when this is all over... My chest tightens. When this is all over, the IRS investigation, Victor's betrayal, the marriage scheme. I pull her close, cutting off her words with a gentle tug. Let's just enjoy today, I say, hating the edge of desperation in my voice. She studies my face. What aren't you telling me, Declan? Nothing that matters right now. I reach up to caress her cheek, memorizing the softness of her skin. An elderly couple passes us, the woman smiling knowingly at our intimate pose. Emily leans into my touch. You can trust me, you know. Those words pierce straight through me. Trust. The very thing that got me into this mess. Yet looking into her eyes, I want to tell her everything. About Victor's betrayal, about the millions he stole, about how marrying her isn't just about taxes. It's about my heart now. But I can't. Not yet. Not when telling her might make her run. Not when the thought of losing her makes my hands shake. Instead, I press a kiss to her forehead. I know, I whisper against her skin. I know. I guide Emily through the village, pointing out the artisanal cheese shop and the centuries-old church, anything to keep the conversation light. Her hand fits perfectly in mine as we meander down the narrow streets. Look at that fountain, I say, gesturing to an ornate stone structure. It's been here since... Declan! Emily stops walking, tugging my hand. You're doing it again. Doing what? Deflecting. Every time I try to ask about what's really going on, you point out another tourist attraction. The morning sun catches her green eyes, making them impossibly bright. My chest tightens. I'm just trying to show you the village. You've mentioned the history of 3 different buildings, the proper way to age cheese, and the annual wine festival. She steps closer, her free hand coming to rest on my chest. But you won't tell me what's bothering you. Nothing's bothering me. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Your jaw clenches every time you check your phone. You barely touched your breakfast, and you keep looking over your shoulder like you're expecting someone to jump out at us. I try to smile, but it feels strained. Maybe I'm just paranoid about keeping my beautiful fake fiancée safe. There it is again. Distracting with charm. She traces a pattern on my chest with her finger. I thought after everything, you might trust me enough to tell me what's really going on. The weight of Victor's betrayal presses down on me. I want to tell her. God, I want to tell her everything. But the words stick in my throat. Emily, My phone buzzes in my pocket and my heart rate spikes. Another message from my lawyer, probably. More bad news. I let out a slow breath, trying to steady myself as Emily's questions cut closer to the truth. Her fingers still rest on my chest, and I can feel my heartbeat quickening beneath her touch. Tell me about your childhood, she says softly. What made you who you are? I prefer to focus on the present. I catch her hand and bring it to my lips, kissing her knuckles, like how beautiful you look after you've been ravaged. There you go again. She pulls her hand away. Every time I try to know you better, you dodge a question. I grew up, I worked hard, I succeeded. That's all there is to it. And the reason you needed to get married? The question stings like a physical blow. The way you tensed when I mentioned it at breakfast. Drop it. The words come out sharper than intended. But... I said drop it. I step back, putting space between us. My jaw clenches so tight it hurts. There are things you don't need to know. The hurt in her eyes urges me to take it back, to pull her close and tell her everything. But I can't. The memory of Victor's betrayal is still too raw, too painful. And if Emily knew the full extent of what I'm dragging her into... I thought we were past this, she whispers. After we... I don't know what that has to do with this. I turn away, unable to bear the disappointment in her gaze. Some parts of this need to stay buried for now. I watch Emily's retreating back as she walks ahead of me, her shoulders tense. The distance between us feels like miles, though it's only a few feet. My chest aches with the need to call her back, to explain everything. Emily, wait. The words slip out before I can stop them. She pauses but doesn't turn around. Why? So you can deflect again? Running a hand in my hair, I struggle with what to say next. The truth sits heavy on my tongue. Victor's betrayal, the investigation, the real reason I need this marriage. But every time I try to speak, I see the way she looks at me, like I'm someone worthy of trust, and I can't bear to lose that. I want to tell you, I sound too rough, but the last time I trusted someone. She turns then, her green eyes searching my face. I'm not that person. I know that. My fingers twitch with the need to touch her. That's what scares me. What? That you're different. That you're... I swallow hard. Real. That this is real. She reaches for my hand, and I let her take it, her touch grounding me. Let me in. I close my eyes, feeling the warmth of her palm against mine. The truth hovers between us, unspoken but heavy with possibility. I'm shocked that I finally want to let someone pass my walls. But I can't. Not yet. Not when the truth could send her running.
Chapter 17. Emily. The village's festival lights twinkle around us, casting golden shadows across the cobblestone streets. Declan stands beside me, but the distance between us feels like miles. His fingers brush mine as we walk, yet he pulls away each time, as if burned by the contact. Try this. I offer him a piece of fresh baguette from a local vendor. The woman said it just came out of the oven. I'm not hungry. His response is clipped, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. The bread tastes sour in my mouth. I swallow hard, watching his profile in the fading light. Since our time together, he's built walls around himself, brick by brick, until I can barely recognize the man who swept me away from my old life. Look, they're dancing. I point to the town square, where couples spin to the sound of accordions and violins. The music swells, carrying the laughter and joy of the villagers. Another non-response. My heart hurts. Are we going to talk about what happened? There's nothing to talk about. He checks his phone for the 100th time tonight. Really? Because it feels like you're running away from something. I stop walking, forcing him to face me. Or someone. His blue eyes meet my gaze, and I see a flash of vulnerability before the mask slips back into place. Emily. No, don't Emily me. 1 minute you're kissing me like I'm your last breath, and the next you can barely look at me. The words tumble out recklessly. A group of children rush past us, waving sparklers that paint light trails in the darkness. Declan watches them go, his jaw clenched. When he finally speaks, his voice is low. It's complicated. Then uncomplicated. I step closer, searching his face for any sign of the connection we shared. Unless this was all just a game to you. The muscle in his jaw ticks. He opens his mouth to respond, but the festival fireworks explode overhead, drowning out whatever he might have said. The fireworks continue to burst overhead, but my attention is fixed on Declan as he steps away. Phone pressed to his ear. His shoulders tense, and he turns his back to me, speaking in low, clipped tones that get swallowed by the festival noise. I drift closer, pretending to admire a vendor's display of hand-painted postcards. The breeze carries fragments of his conversation. No, that's not acceptable. I don't care what Victor said. Listen to me carefully. My fingers trace the edge of a postcard, but my mind races. Victor. The name strikes something in my memory. Wasn't that his financial advisor? The one who... Declan's voice drops lower, more dangerous. If you think you can threaten me... He catches my eye and steps further away, disappearing behind a crowd of revelers. The postcard vendor smiles at me expectantly. C'est très joli, non? Oui, I manage, though my high school French fails me after that. I buy the postcard just to have something to do with my hands. When Declan returns, his face is carefully blank, but I notice the way his fingers clench around his phone. Sorry about that. Business never sleeps. Business? I echo. Or threats? His eyes narrow. You were listening. Hard not to when you're acting like you're in a spy movie. I cross my arms. What's going on? Nothing you need to worry about. He reaches for my hand, but I pull back. Right. Just like I shouldn't worry about why you really brought me to France. Or why you needed a fiancé so badly. I watch Declan's face in the glow of the festival lights, searching for any crack in his carefully constructed facade. The smell of roasted chestnuts and warm wine drifts between us, but the sweetness feels out of place against the tension in the air. What is it that you're not telling me? I try to sound gentle, though I can feel blood rushing in my ears. His fingers drum against his thigh, something I've started to recognize when he's uncomfortable. A juggler passes by, tossing flaming batons that cast dancing shadows across Declan's face. It's nothing you need to worry about. He gestures toward a nearby wine stand. Have you tried the local vintage? The vineyard's been producing since... Don't. I step closer, lowering my voice. Don't try to distract me with wine and festivals when I heard the emotion in that phone call. You're not fooling anyone. Declan's jaw tightens. The muscle there twitches, and I'm hopeful he might actually tell me the truth. Instead, he places his hand on my waist, guiding me toward a group of street performers. Look, they're doing a traditional dance. The festival only happens once a year. I plant my feet, refusing to move. And we're only in France because you needed a fiancé, remember? His hand drops from my back. Emily, no, I left everything behind for this. For you. I deserve to know what I walked into. The performer's music swells around us, accordion notes stretching between our silence. For a second, I see something like fear flash across his face before it disappears behind his usual mask of control. Trust me, he says softly. Please. I force a smile, but my heart sinks deeper into my chest. Trust, I repeat, tasting the bitterness of the word. Like how you trusted me enough to tell me why we're really here. The festival lights dance across Declan's face, highlighting his clenched jaw. A couple bumps into us, laughing and apologizing in French, but I hardly notice them. I told you why. You told me what you wanted me to hear. My fingers curl around the postcard I bought earlier, crumpling its edges. Trust can't be one-sided, Declan. I left everything behind. My job, my apartment, my life, all because you asked me to trust you. His hand reaches for mine, but I step back. The accordion music feels too cheerful now, mocking the heaviness between us. You heard Victor's name, he says quietly, in the phone call. I did. And I remember him being the reason you showed up at my bank in the first place. The pieces click together in my mind. He's still causing problems, isn't he? That's what the call was about. Declan's silence is answer enough. I watch a group of children chase each other through the square, their laughter echoing off the ancient buildings. When I dreamed of visiting France, this wasn't how I'd imagined it. Standing in a festival, feeling more alone than ever. I want to protect you, he says finally. I don't need protection. I can feel anger rising like bile in my throat. I need honesty. I need to know what I've walked into, what we've walked into. The fireworks continue overhead, but their beauty is lost on me now. Each burst of light illuminates the growing distance between us, the walls he's building higher with every deflection.
Chapter 18. Declan. I pause in the doorway, watching Emily's silhouette against the dancing flames. The firelight catches in her hair, turning it silken. My chest tightens at the sight of her curled up in the oversized armchair, lost in thought. You okay? I keep my voice soft, not wanting to startle her. Emily looks up, those green eyes reflecting the firelight. Just thinking. I cross the room and settle into the chair opposite her. The warmth from the fire seeps into my bones, but it does nothing to ease the cold knot of guilt in my stomach. She deserves better than half-truths and evasions. About what? About how someone like you ended up needing someone like me. She pulls her knees closer to her chest. There's more to the story than taxes, isn't there? The question hangs between us. I could lie. I've spent my life crafting perfect responses, knowing exactly what people want to hear. But looking at her now, vulnerability written across her features, I can't bring myself to add another lie to the pile. I shift forward in my chair, arms propped up on my knees. My entire body feels heavy with guilt over our situation. The weight of my secrets presses down, making each word feel like lead on my tongue. I've made mistakes, I say quietly, watching the flames dance in her eyes. Emily waits, patient and steady. It's one of the things that drew me to her from the start, that unwavering presence. My fingers drum against the armrest as I weigh my options. The truth could send her running, but lies are what got me here in the first place. I take a deep breath, knowing it's time to open up to her. I started with nothing but a dream and an old computer in my garage, built everything from scratch, determined to do it right. The memory brings a faint smile to my face. No shortcuts, no dirty deals, just pure drive and ambition. Emily uncurls slightly in her chair, her interest piqued. That must have been terrifying. Terrifying. Sure, but exhilarating too. My fingers trace the leather armrest. I wanted to prove I could succeed without stepping on others. Ethics and profit weren't mutually exclusive. What changed? Success breeds complacency. The words taste bitter in my mouth. When you're small, you can oversee everything. But when you grow... I shake my head, remembering the first time I delegated significant responsibility. You start trusting people to handle things. You stop checking every detail yourself. Emily's brow furrows. Isn't that normal, though? You can't do everything alone. True, but you need to know who you're trusting. The fire crackles, throwing shadows across the room. I got lazy with that part. Started believing that success meant I could read people better than I actually could. And someone took advantage. My jaw tightens. Let's just say I learned the hard way that impressive credentials don't equal integrity. Emily shifts forward, her eyes searching mine. Is that why we're here? Because someone betrayed your trust? I meet her gaze, weighing how much to reveal. Partly. But there's more to it than that. Will you tell me? Soon, I promise, though the word feels heavy with uncertainty. When I figure out how to explain it all. Her eyes look suspiciously shiny, as if she's trying to hold back tears. Her chin is stubbornly firm as she sits up straighter, facing me. Listen, we've all made mistakes. Trusted someone we shouldn't have. Heaven knows I've done that more times than I can count. But Declan, I'm not that kind of person. I'm here, regardless of any secrets you have to reveal to me. They can't be that bad, can they? Whatever it is, I'm sure we can handle it. Emily's words hit me like a punch to the gut. Her unwavering faith, that simple trust. It's both beautiful and terrifying. I stand up, needing to move, to put some physical distance between us as my thoughts race. That's just it, Emily. They are that bad. My hands clench at my sides. The kind of bad that could put people in prison. The kind that makes the IRS look like a minor inconvenience. She unfolds herself from the chair, taking a step toward me. Then tell me. Let me help. You don't understand. I turn to face her, caught between wanting to pull her close and push her away. The less you know, the safer you are. We're not just talking about stealing money. I can't make myself divulge anymore. What? Her voice is gentle, patient. I reach for Emily's hand, threading our fingers together. The simple touch grounds me, anchors me to this moment. Her skin is soft against my calloused palm, and I marvel at how perfectly our hands fit together. I'm trying to be better. For you. My words sound rough, raw with honesty. You make me want to be a better person. Emily's fingers tighten around mine. I don't need you to be better. I just need you to be honest. Even if the truth changes everything. Especially then. She steps closer, close enough that I can smell the subtle vanilla of her shampoo. I didn't come to France with a stranger because I wanted safe and predictable. This was supposed to be an adventure, remember? A laugh escapes me, unexpected and genuine. No, I suppose you didn't. My thumb traces circles on the back of her hand. You're nothing like I expected, Emily Taylor. Is that a good thing? The best thing. I lift our joined hands, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. You're real in a world where everything feels fake. Do you know how rare that is? She blushes, the color spreading across her cheeks in the firelight. You're doing that thing again? What thing? The thing where you plaster on the charm instead of actually telling me what's going on. Even now, she sees right through me. Guilty as charged. Emily leans forward, forcing me to look her in the eye. I'm here. With you. For you. We'll figure out all this crap together. I'm not going anywhere. Her words hang between us, a promise that sends equal parts hope and dread through my chest. My thumb traces circles on her palm, memorizing the feeling of her skin against mine. Together, I echo, testing the weight of the word on my tongue. You make it sound so simple. Maybe it is.
Chapter 19. Emily. Soft, ethereal lights cast dancing shadows across the vineyard, transforming the simple wooden table into something magical. Declan has arranged everything perfectly, from the vintage wine breathing in crystal decanters to delicate china plates that probably cost more than my old apartment's rent. You didn't have to do all this, I say, running my fingers along the crisp white tablecloth. I wanted to. Declan's voice is soft, intimate. He pulls out my chair and the gesture almost moves me to tears. Not because it's gallant, though it is, but because of the way his hand lingers on my shoulder for just a moment too long. This view is incredible. I gesture toward the rolling hills, now bathed in twilight. The light strung through the trees reflect in his eyes when he looks at me. I've owned this vineyard for 10 years, he says, pouring the wine. Never really appreciated it until now. The wine tastes like berries and something deeper, earth maybe, or time itself. I close my eyes, savoring it. When I open them, Declan is watching me in a way that makes my skin tingle. What? I ask, suddenly self-conscious. You don't hide your reactions. It's refreshing. He leans back, his posture relaxed but still somehow commanding. Most people I deal with, they're always calculating, always wearing masks. Maybe I'm just not good at pretending. No, he says, reaching across the table to touch my hand. You're good at being real. There's a difference. A warm breeze rustles through the vineyard, carrying the scent of grapes and earth. I feel seen, really seen. Not as the quiet bank teller or Gavin's almost fiancée, but as myself. The woman who used to write stories about people finding their way. The woman who might be finding hers. The lights above us shimmer like stars brought down to earth, and I wonder how I got here. How one desperate moment in a mundane workday led to this enchanted evening in France. Roast lamb melts in my mouth, perfectly seasoned with herbs I can't name. Each bite feels like a discovery, and I find myself savoring every moment. The comfortable silence between us feels natural, like we've known each other for years instead of days. I catch Declan watching me over the rim of his wine glass. His blue eyes reflect the twinkling lights above, and something in his gaze makes my chest tighten. He doesn't look away when I meet his eyes. Instead, he offers me a devastatingly handsome smirk that sends warmth spreading through me. "The food's amazing," I say, mostly to break the intensity of the moment. "I've never had anything this good. The chef here is incredible." He sets down his glass, though I suspect she's showing off tonight. She usually saves this particular dish for special occasions. "And what makes this occasion special?" His expression softens. "You're here." The simple honesty in his voice catches me off guard. I focus on the wine in my glass to hide my reaction, but my heart is doing somersaults. When I look up again, he's still watching me with that same intense focus, like I'm a puzzle he's trying to solve. "You know," he says, reaching for the wine bottle, "you get this little crease between your eyebrows when you're thinking too hard." He tops off my glass. "What's going on in that head of yours?" I smile softly, just trying to figure out how I ended up here with you. "Having second thoughts?" "No," I answer quickly, maybe too quickly, but it's true. Despite everything, despite all the questions and uncertainties, this feels right. No second thoughts. Soft strains of jazz float through the evening air, mingling with the scent of wine and roses. Declan rises from his chair and my breath catches as he extends his hand to me. "Dance with me." His voice is low, intimate, sending a shiver down my spine. I slip my hand into his, marveling at how perfectly our fingers intertwine. "I should warn you, I haven't danced since my cousin's wedding 3 years ago. Trust me," he says, pulling me close. His other hand settles at my waist, warm and steady. "Just follow my lead." We sway together under the twinkling lights, and I'm acutely aware of every point where our bodies touch. The music wraps around us like silk, and Declan guides me with the confidence of someone who's had a triumph on the dance floor once or twice. "Where did you learn to dance?" I ask, trying to distract myself from the way his thumb traces small circles on my lower back. "Boarding school in Switzerland." His lips quirk up. "Mandatory ballroom classes. I hated every minute of it back then. And now?" He pulls me into him, his breath warm against my ear. "Now I'm grateful for every boring lesson." The vineyard spins around us as he leads me in a slow turn. My dress swishes against my legs, and Declan's eyes follow the movement before returning to mine. There's something different in his gaze now, something hungry and tender all at once. "Emily," he whispers, and my name sounds like a prayer on his lips. His hand slides up my back, drawing me impossibly closer until I can feel his heartbeat against my chest. We're barely moving now, just swaying gently as the music plays on. The rest of the world fades away until it's just us, dancing under a canopy of stars and lights, holding on to something that feels dangerously close to falling in love. I rest my head against Declan's chest, letting his steady heartbeat drown out everything else. His hand traces slow circles on my back, and I breathe in his scent, expensive cologne mixed with something uniquely him. The music has shifted to something slower, more intimate, but we barely notice. We're lost in our own world. "What's going on in that head of yours?" His voice rumbles through his chest. "I'm thinking about how different this is," I murmur. "I can't believe I'm here with you." "Do you regret it?" I lift my head to look at him. The lights catch the silver in his hair, and his blue eyes are dark with an emotion I can't quite name. "No," I whisper. "I don't regret anything." His hand slides up to cup my face, thumb brushing across my cheekbone. The tenderness in his touch makes my heart ache. This isn't the calculated move of a businessman trying to solve a problem. This is something else entirely. Emily. My name on his lips sounds like a confession. I reach up, tracing the line of his jaw. I know, I say softly. I feel it too. We're not even pretending to dance anymore, just standing here, wrapped in each other's arms. The vineyard stretches out around us, the rows of vines disappearing into darkness. But I've never felt more found, more myself. The realization washes over me like a wave. I don't want to go back. Not to the bank, not to my old life, not to anything before this moment. I want this, the stars, the wine, the music. I want him for as long as I can have him. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand.
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Declan. I hold Emily close as we sway to the soft music, her head resting against my chest. The setting sun casts a gentle glow across her face, making her green eyes sparkle when she glances up at me. The scent of jasmine from the nearby vines mingles with her perfume, creating an intoxicating blend that makes my head spin. "What's going on in there?" Emily asks, her fingers tracing patterns on my shoulder. "How strange life is." I pull her in, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. A week ago, I was drowning in problems. Now I'm dancing under the stars with someone who makes me forget all of them. She laughs softly. "Is that your way of saying I'm a good distraction? Can't run forever, you know." "You're much more than that." My words are betraying me, but for once I don't want to take them back. "You see through all the walls I've built. It should terrify me. Does it?" "No." I brush her hair back from her face. "That's what scares me." Emily's eyes search mine, and I see the same vulnerability I feel reflected in them. She rises on her tiptoes, pressing her lips to my jaw. Then, let them fall. We move together in perfect sync, as if we've done this 1,000 times before. Her fingers intertwine with mine, and I realize I've never felt more at peace than in this moment, with her in my arms under the stars. Amazingly, I don't feel the weight of my empire on my shoulders. With Emily, I'm just a man dancing with a woman who makes him want to be better. The music fades into silence, but Emily stays in my arms, her body warm against mine. When she looks up, moonlight catches in her eyes, turning them into pools of liquid emerald. "I'm glad I came with you," she whispers. My thumb traces the curve of her cheek. "Even though I stole you away..." "Please..." I broke out in a dead run to your car. I grin cheekily, though I did think you might be a serial killer for the first hour. "Just the first hour?" I pull her to me, savoring the way she fits against me. I must be losing my touch. "You're not so scary at all anymore." Her fingers trail down my chest, leaving fire in their wake. "Well, maybe a little, but not in the serial killer way." "No." I catch her hand, pressing it over my heart. "How then?" "In the way that makes me want things I shouldn't." Her voice drops to barely a whisper, in the way that makes me forget who I used to be. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. I brush my lips against her temple. The woman I see now, she's extraordinary. Emily's breath catches. You don't even know me! I know enough. I tilt her chin up, meeting her gaze. I know you're brave enough to leave everything behind, smart enough to see through my crap, and strong enough to stand up to people who try to control you. Like you're trying to do. No, I don't want to control you, Emily. I want to set you free. I brush a strand of hair from Emily's face, letting my fingers linger on her cheek. The softness of her skin under my touch makes my heart race. I'm glad you said yes to the adventure, I say, my voice coming out hoarse with emotion I can't suppress anymore. Emily leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment. I take in the delicate curve of her jaw, the slight flush in her cheeks. She's beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. You know, she murmurs, opening her eyes to meet mine. When I was little, I used to write stories about moments like this. Magical nights, under the stars, fairy lights twinkling through the countryside. Her lips curve into a small smile. None of them came close to the real thing. Tell me one, I say, my thumb tracing circles on her cheek. One of your stories. She laughs softly. They were a little rough around the edges, in my opinion, especially back then. Full of princesses being swept away by mysterious strangers. Sounds familiar. I pull her to my chest, feeling her warmth against me. Though I'm hardly a prince. No, she agrees, her fingers playing with the collar of my shirt. You're much more interesting than that. The honesty in her voice, the way she looks at me like she sees past all my carefully constructed walls. It undoes me. I've spent years building fortresses around my heart, but here she is, slipping through every defense without even trying. The moonlight bathes Emily's face in a soft glow as we stand wrapped in each other's arms. For the first time in decades, I feel genuinely terrified. Not of the IRS, not of losing my empire, but of losing her. Of watching her walk away when she discovers the full truth. Her fingers trace patterns on my chest, sending shivers down my spine. Everything about this moment feels surreal, like a dream I don't deserve. I should tell you something. I start, my voice rough with emotion. The words are stuck in my throat, fighting to stay buried where they've been hidden for so long. Emily looks up at me, her green eyes filled with a trust I haven't earned. What is it? My thumb traces her bottom lip as I struggle to find the right words. How do I tell her that she's become more than just an escape plan? That somewhere between that bank counter and this vineyard, she's worked her way into my carefully guarded heart. Emily. My voice cracks, betraying emotions I've spent years learning to control. The walls I've built, the defenses I've maintained, they all crumble under her gentle gaze. I think I'm falling for you. My confession lingers in the air, raw and honest. Before I can retreat behind my usual armor of control and distance, Emily rises on her tiptoes. Her lips meet mine, soft and sure, turning my confession into a promise sealed with a kiss.
Chapter 21. Emily. Sunlight streams through the cottage windows, warming my face. I stretch, reaching for Declan, but my hand finds empty space. The sheets beside me are cold. Declan? My voice echoes through the quiet cottage. No response. I slide out of bed, my bare feet padding across the wooden floors. The kitchen is empty, save for a half-empty coffee cup and Declan's phone on the counter. As my fingers close around the coffee pot, his phone screen lights up. My heart stops. Agent Marcus Reed, IRS. Settlement offer rejected. Criminal charges pending. Need to discuss options immediately. The coffee pot slips from my grip, clattering against the counter. I steady it before it falls, but my hands won't stop shaking. Criminal charges? IRS agent? Another message appears. Agent Marcus Reed, IRS. Your window to cooperate is closing. Marriage won't save you from tax evasion. The room spins as pieces click into place. His urgency at the bank, the desperate need to get married, the way he deflected questions about his past. Oh, God. I sink into a kitchen chair. My legs too weak to hold me. What have I gotten myself into? The screen lights up again. Agent Marcus Reed, IRS. Call me back before I have to issue the warrant. My throat tightens. All those moments, all those connections, were they real? Or was I just a convenient escape route? The door swings open and my heart leaps into my throat. Declan strides in, balancing a tray of coffee cups and a paper bag that smells of butter, almond extract, and sugar. His smile lights up his face when he sees me, and I almost forget about the messages. Almost. Good morning, beautiful. He sets the tray down and pulls out a pan au chocolat and some almond pastries. There's this amazing little bakery in the village. The owner's been making these for 40 years. I force my lips into what I hope is a natural smile. You disappeared early. Couldn't sleep. He hands me a coffee cup. Thought I'd take a walk. Did you know there's a weekly market just down the street? The coffee burns my tongue, but I welcome the distraction. His phone sits between us on the counter, a ticking time bomb of secrets. I watch him move around the kitchen with easy grace. Arranging pastries on plates like this is just another morning. Like there aren't IRS agents threatening him with arrest. Any plans for us today? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. Thought we could drive to the coast. There's a little restaurant right on the water. He pauses, studying my face. Everything okay? I nod too quickly. Just tired. His fingers brush my cheek and I want to pull away. You sure? You seem... He trails off, concern etching lines around his eyes. I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. The coast sounds perfect. I pick at my pain au chocolat, the flaky pastry falling apart under my nervous fingers. Declan's phone sits between us like a landmine, and my stomach churns with each passing second. The messages from Agent Reed burn in my memory. Are you sure you want to take time out for that drive today? I try to keep my voice casual, stirring my coffee longer than necessary. You've been busy. Declan takes a sip of his espresso, his blue eyes fixed on the vineyard outside. Never too busy for you. It's just... I set down my spoon with a soft clink. Your phone's been lighting up all morning. Just business. He reaches for the device, sliding it into his pocket. Nothing that can't wait. Business calls at 7 a.m? His jaw tightens for a fraction of a second, before relaxing into an easy smile. Time differences. You know how it goes. Right. I wrap my hands around my coffee cup, letting the warmth seep into my palms. And these calls and messages, they're all about investment stuff. Boring details you wouldn't want to hear about. He leans forward, brushing a crumb from my cheek. Tell me more about that story you mentioned last night, the one about the lighthouse keeper. My chest aches at his obvious cover-up. Just yesterday, that gentle touch would have made my heart soar. Now it feels like another carefully calculated move. Actually, I'd rather hear about your business. I meet his gaze steadily. Since we're getting married and all. I busy myself with packing, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The messages from Agent Reed flash through my mind as I fold a sundress into my bag. We should grab some wine for the drive, Declan suggests, his voice carefully casual. The vineyard cellar has some excellent vintages. Sounds perfect. I force brightness into my tone while checking my phone. No new messages from Gavin, at least. Though maybe we should pack light. in case we need to leave quickly. Declan pauses, a slight tension in his shoulders. Leave quickly? You never know. I shrug, aiming for nonchalance. Weather changes, unexpected business calls. Emily. His hand catches mine as I reach for some sandals. What's really on your mind? I meet his gaze, searching those blue eyes for any hint of deception. They're warm, concerned, and guarded, just like everything else about him. Nothing. I pull my hand away, tucking my hair behind my ear. Just thinking about how fast everything's happening, it's a lot to take in. Having second thoughts? His tone is light, but there's an edge to it. Should I be? The question hangs between us. Declan opens his mouth to respond, then closes it again. Instead, he reaches for his phone, the same phone that holds those damning messages, and checks something quickly before sliding it back into his pocket. We should get going soon, he says, dodging the question entirely. The coast is beautiful this time of day. I nod, zipping up the bag with more force than necessary. My heart aches with the weight of his unspoken words and growing doubt. I can't enter this contract, no matter what it is, unless I know what's really going on.
Chapter 22. Declan. I pace through the rows of grapevines, each step matching my racing heartbeat. The morning sun beats down on my neck, but I don't notice the warmth. My mind keeps circling back to my phone, to that damned message from Marcus Reed sitting there like a ticking bomb. Damn it, I mutter, rubbing at the stubble on my chin. Emily's probably seen it by now. The way she looked at me over breakfast, there was something different in her eyes. A hint of doubt where trust used to be. Through the cottage window, I catch glimpses of her moving around, packing the few things we've accumulated during our stay. Her movements are deliberate, careful, just like everything else about her. You're losing control, I tell myself, stopping to lean against a wooden post. You're letting her get too close. The sound of footsteps on gravel makes me turn. One of my vineyard workers approaches with a clipboard, but I wave him off before he can speak. Later, I say, my voice sharper than intended. I've spent decades building walls, constructing the perfect facade of control. But Emily, she sees right through it. And instead of running, she stays. Accepts. Understands. The morning breeze carries the sweet scent of ripening grapes, but all I see is the cottage door. Any minute now, she'll come out. Any minute now, she'll ask about Reed's message, about the charges, about everything I've been trying to protect her from. My phone weighs heavy in my pocket. I retrieved it after breakfast, unable to leave it unattended any longer. 3 missed calls from Reed, 2 from my lawyer. The walls are closing in, and for once in my life, I'm not sure I can fix this on my own. What am I doing? I whisper to myself, watching a leaf dance in the wind. I'm dragging her into my mess. I should let her go. But the thought of Emily walking away makes my chest tighten. I've never felt so out of control and so unwilling to regain it. I pull out my phone and retreat deeper into the vineyard, away from the cottage windows. My thumb hovers over Reed's number before I press call. Each ring stretches like an eternity until his gruff voice cuts through. Hunt, I was wondering when you'd surface. I need more time, I say, keeping my voice tight, controlled. I'm handling things. Handling things like running off to France with some bank teller? Reed's laugh is dry, humorless. That's not handling anything, Hunt. That's desperation, and that screams guilt. My free hand clenches into a fist. You don't know what you're talking about. No? You amass millions of dollars in a massive tax liability, and suddenly you're engaged? Come on, Hunt. I wasn't born yesterday. I pace between the vines, dirt crunching under my shoes. The engagement and marriage are legitimate. Sure they are. Reed's voice drips with sarcasm. Look, I've got pressure from above. They want this wrapped up. Either you pay what you owe, or we start looking at criminal charges and possible jail time. Your money can't buy your way out of that. Give me 2 weeks. I stop walking, staring at the cottage where Emily is. That's all I'm asking. You have a week. There's no more wiggle room. The phone screen dims to black, and I fight the urge to hurl it into the nearest row of vines. 1 week. The words echo in my head like a death sentence. My empire, my life's work, all hanging by a thread because of one betrayal. I pace between the rows, crushing fallen leaves beneath my feet. The morning sun feels too bright, too cheerful for the storm brewing inside me. A week isn't enough time. Not nearly enough to sort out this mess legally, let alone figure out what to do about Emily. Emily. My steps falter. She deserves better than being dragged into this chaos. Better than a desperate man's gambit for salvation. But when I think about letting her go, my chest aches until I can barely breathe. Mr. Hunt. One of my vineyard managers approaches, clipboard in hand. The latest yield reports. Not now, Pierre. The tone of my voice sounds enough to make him step back. Just handle it. He retreats quickly, leaving me alone with my thoughts again. I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over my lawyer's number. But what's the point? He's already told me there's no legal way around this without either paying up or... I slump against a wooden post, the rough bark digging into my shoulder. Victor's face appears before me, that easy smile that fooled me for 15 years. We grew up dreaming of escaping our neighborhood together. Now he's vanished with millions of my dollars, leaving me to face the consequences. Trusted the wrong person again, didn't you? I mutter to myself, kicking at the loose dirt. The morning sun feels too harsh, exposing every mistake I've made. My phone buzzes, another message from Reed. I ignore it, instead pulling up the last photo I have of Vic and me, taken at my company's anniversary gala just months ago. His arm is around my shoulders, both of us grinning like we were still those kids from the old neighborhood. You jerk! I hiss, my words coming out in a tense whisper. Did you plan it from the start? Or did watching me succeed just eat away at you until you couldn't take it anymore? The crackling fire casts dancing shadows across Emily's face as she laughs at something I've said. I can't even remember what it was. My mind is too full of Reed's deadline, of the weight of everything I haven't told her. You're staring, she says, nudging my shoulder with hers. The casual touch sends warmth through me that has nothing to do with the fire. Just thinking how different you look when you laugh. I reach out, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. It suits you. Better than the bank teller uniform. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. Much better. I pull her in closer, and she settles against my chest. The waves crash against the shore in a steady rhythm, like a countdown I can't stop. The firelight catches in her eyes, and I consider telling her everything. About Reed's deadline, about the charges hanging over my head, about how this marriage started as a desperate plan, but has become something real for me, something I'm terrified to lose. 1 week. 7 days until Reed's deadline. 7 days until I either find a way out or watch my entire world crumble and take Emily down with it. I hold her tighter, breathing in the scent of her hair, committing this moment to memory, because soon she'll know everything, and I might lose her forever.
Chapter 23. Emily. The morning sun filters through the vineyard rows, but I hardly notice its warmth. My stomach churns as I push my breakfast around my plate, watching Declan check his phone for the 100th time. The tension between us feels like a rubber band stretched too tight. Let's get some fresh air, Declan suggests, his voice gentle but strained. Clear our heads. I nod, following him outside. The gravel crunches as we walk between the neat rows of grapevines. Birds chirp overhead, but the peaceful setting does nothing to calm my racing thoughts. Beautiful morning, Declan says, reaching for my hand. I pull away. My hands clench into furious fists as I stop walking. What aren't you telling me, Declan? Declan freezes mid-step, his shoulders tense, and he swivels toward me slowly. Emily, don't. The word comes out sharper than I intended. I saw the text from Agent Reed. Criminal charges? A settlement offer? My voice cracks. I thought we were past keeping secrets. The muscle in his jaw twitches. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture I've come to recognize as his tell when he's cornered. Tell me. I cross my arms, trying to steady myself. Because right now, all I can think is that I left everything, my job, my life, to run away with someone I barely know, someone who's apparently in trouble with the IRS. His blue eyes meet mine, and I see real fear there. It's complicated. Then explain it. I take a step closer. Because I can't keep pretending everything's fine when I know it's not. I follow Declan down the vineyard row, my fingers trailing along the leaves. The morning dew dampens my skin, but I barely notice. My focus is entirely on his broad shoulders, tense beneath his casual linen shirt. Complicated is what people say when they don't want to tell the truth, I say, quickening my pace to walk beside him. I left everything behind for you. Don't I deserve to know what I'm walking into? Declan's steps falter. You're right. You do deserve. He trails off, folding his hands across his chest. There was someone I trusted. For years. I wait for more, but Declan just keeps walking, his jaw working. The gravel crunches beneath our feet as we pass between the neat rows of vines. A cool breeze tickles my skin, but it does nothing to ease the knot in my stomach. That's it? That's all you're going to tell me? For now. He reaches for my hand, but I pull away. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to touch me and make me forget I'm angry. I plant my feet, forcing him to stop. What kind of heinous crime did this person commit? Declan's eyes meet mine, and I see something like desperation there. Emily, please. Trust me when I say the less you know right now, the better. Better for who? He doesn't answer, and that tells me everything I need to know. Try me, I say, crossing my arms over my chest. The morning breeze carries the scent of ripening grapes, but all I notice is the way Declan's shoulders tense at my words. He takes a step closer, and I fight the urge to back away. His presence still affects me even when I'm angry. Emily, please understand. There are people involved who what? Who might hurt me? I cut him off. I'm already in the middle of whatever this is. I left my job, my home. I'm here, in France, pretending to be your fiancée. Declan reaches for my hand, but I pull away again. His touch is too distracting, makes it too easy to forget why I'm upset. That's exactly why I need to protect you. I don't need protection. I need honesty. My voice cracks, betraying the emotion I'm trying to hold back. You can't just kiss me like that last night. Tell me you're falling for me, and then keep secrets that could affect both our lives. He runs his fingers through his hair, messing up the perfectly styled strands. It's not that simple. Nothing ever is with you, is it? My words spill out bitterly, but I can't help it. My heart aches with the need to believe in him, in us, in whatever this is becoming, but the rational part of my brain screams at me to be careful. Declan steps forward again, and this time I let him take my hand. His touch sends shivers up my arm. Give me time, he says softly. Please. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe this is real, that the way he sees me means something, that the electricity between us isn't just another lie. But the text from Agent Reed flashes in my mind, and I pull my hand away. How much time before the IRS comes knocking? I study Declan's face as he sighs heavily, the morning light casting shadows across his features. His shoulders slump slightly, a rare break in his usually perfect posture. There's a lot at stake, he says, his voice tight. My company, my reputation. He trails off, gaze fixed on the distant vineyard hills. I've been trying to fix things without dragging you into it. My journalist instincts prickle. There's more here, layers he's still hiding. I recognize the careful way he chooses his words, like stepping through a minefield. I step closer, my senses permeated by his cologne. The anger from moments ago softens, replaced by something else, determination. But I'm already in it, Declan. I want to help. I reach for his hand, and this time he lets me take it. But you need to trust me. His fingers tighten around mine, and I watch the internal battle play across his face. The morning breeze rustles through the vines around us, and a bird calls somewhere in the distance. I wait, giving him space to find his words, even as my heart feels as if it may burst out of my chest. I think about the text from Agent Reed, about criminal charges and settlements, about the way Declan's eyes darken whenever his phone rings, about the careful dance he's been doing since we arrived, trying to keep me at arm's length, even as he draws me in. Trust works both ways, I add softly. And right now, you're asking for all of mine while giving none in return. That's going to change.
Chapter 24. Declan. I'm reviewing contracts when my phone buzzes. The screen displays a number I don't recognize, but something compels me to answer. Declan Hunt, speaking. Mr. Hunt. The voice drips with false courtesy, and my grip tightens on the phone. Gavin Rhodes. I hope I'm not interrupting your little vacation with my fiancée. My jaw clenches. The papers on my desk suddenly seem very far away. Emily isn't your fiancée, Rhodes. She made that quite clear. Did she? He lets out a laugh that sounds more like a wheeze. That's funny because I have a ring receipt that says otherwise, but I'm sure she told you all about that, right? I lean back in my chair, keeping my voice steady despite the anger coursing through me. What do you want? Just checking in on my investment, making sure Emily's comfortable. The insinuation in his tone makes my blood boil. You know, it's interesting. I've been doing some research on you, Mr. Hunt. The IRS seems very interested in your financial situation. Is that supposed to intimidate me? My fingers tighten around the phone. The papers on my desk scatter as I stand, unable to contain my restless energy. You've done your homework. Congratulations on learning how to use Google. Cut the crap, Hunt. Gavin's voice takes on an edge I haven't heard before. Emily deserves to know what kind of man she's really running away with. A tax evader. A man who can't even handle his own finances. I pace to the window, watching Emily in the garden below. She's writing in her notebook, completely absorbed in her work. The sight of her calms me, even as Gavin's words try to burrow under my skin. That's rich, coming from someone who manipulated her into an engagement she clearly didn't want. At least I was honest about who I am. He pauses and I can practically hear the smirk in his voice. Tell me, does she know about your situation? A surge of anger flows through me. I force myself to breathe slowly, to maintain control. If you're trying to threaten me... Threaten? No, no! His laugh grates against my ears. Just making conversation. But since you brought it up... Emily's a smart girl. How long do you think it'll take her to figure out she's just another convenient solution to your problems? I clench my fists, fighting the urge to throw the phone through the window. Leave her out of this. Why should I? You didn't leave her out of your little scheme. Gavin's voice turns nasty. Face it, Hunt. You're using her just as much as you claim I did. My knuckles whiten around the phone. Below in the garden, Emily tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, absorbed in her writing. The sight of her centers me, even as rage burns through my veins. The difference is, I actually care about what she wants. Oh, that's rich. Gavin's voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard. You care so much you're willing to drag her into your tax fraud investigation? How noble. It's not fraud when someone else steals from you. I sound like I'm growling. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? You're too busy playing dress-up banker in your cheap suits. At least I can afford my suits without the IRS breathing down my neck. I press my forehead against the cool window glass. Are we done here? Or did you call just to remind me what a pathetic excuse for a man you are? Watch yourself, Hunt! Gavin's voice drops to a hiss. Emily might be impressed by your money and your fancy jet, but we both know what happens when she finds out the truth. And trust me, she will find out. You really can't stand it, can you? That she chose to leave. That she's finally free of your pathetic attempts at control. Free? Gavin's laugh sounds brittle. Is that what you call it? Trading one cage for another? The difference is I'm not trying to clip her wings. I move away from the window, unable to watch Emily while dealing with this snake. She's writing again. Did you know that? Or were you too busy trying to force her into your perfect little bank teller box? Oh, how noble of you. Encouraging her little hobby. The condescension in his voice makes me wish I could reach through the phone and strangle him. While you use her as a shield against the IRS, tell me, what's your plan when they start investigating her too? The question hits me like a slap to the face. I've been so focused on protecting my empire, on keeping Emily close, that I hadn't considered how the investigation might affect her. You have no idea what you're talking about, I say, but the words feel hollow. Don't I? Face it, Hunt. You're not protecting her. You're dragging her down with you. Gavin pauses, letting his words sink in. I'm not going to let you control the narrative on this one. I end the call and toss my phone onto the desk, slamming my hands down in frustration. The stress of everything crashes down on me. The IRS investigation, Victor's betrayal, and now Gavin's threats. But it's the thought of losing Emily that twists my gut into knots. I look at her again through the window, enthralled by the sight of her here, in my world. The sunlight catches her hair, and I ache to join her. She's found her voice again here, away from Gavin's suffocating presence. And what have I done? Pulled her into another mess. Sir, my assistant's voice crackles through the intercom. Agent Reed is online too. Nope, no time. My voice comes out harsher than intended. I grab my jacket from the chair. Decision made. Hold all my calls. I take the stairs 2 at a time, needing to move, to act. The garden door creaks as I push it open, and Emily looks up from her notebook. Her smile fades when she sees my expression. What's wrong? We need to talk. The words taste bitter in my mouth. About everything. Emily sets down her pen, her green eyes studying me. Gavin called, didn't he? How did you... Yes. I sink into the chair across from her, sighing heavily. But this isn't about him. It's about why I really needed to leave the country. Why I needed... I swallow hard. Why I needed you.
Chapter 25. Emily. The cottage suite fills with the aroma of our dinner. Roasted duck with lavender honey, crusty bread, and a bottle of Declan's own vineyard wine. We eat in comfortable silence, but I can't help noticing how Declan barely touches his food. His fork scrapes against the plate, pushing morsels around rather than eating them. The duck is amazing, I say, trying to break through whatever's weighing on his mind. He takes a sip of wine, his eyes distant. The flames from the fireplace cast dancing shadows across his face, the lines of tension evident around his eyes. After dinner, Declan clears his throat. Emily, would you sit with me by the fire? We need to clear the air. My stomach drops at his tone. I've heard that tone before, usually right before someone tells me I'm not good enough, or my dreams are too big, or I need to be more practical. We settle onto the plush sofa facing the fireplace. The fire crackles, sending sparks up the chimney. Declan's hand finds mine, his grip almost too tight, like he's afraid I'll slip away. Before I start, he says, his voice rough, I need you to know that everything between us, everything we've shared, it's real, at least for me. The word but hangs unspoken between us. I curl my fingers around his, trying to steady my racing heart. You're scaring me. I should have told you sooner. He runs his free hand through his hair, messing it up. About why I really needed to leave the country. The firelight flickers across Declan's face as he takes a deep breath. My stomach twists into knots, anticipating what's coming. Victor was more than my financial advisor, Declan says, his voice low and raw with an emotion I've never heard from him before. We grew up together, shared everything, dreams, struggles, victories. His grip on my hand tightens until I can feel each tremor that runs through him. I trusted him with everything I built. Every deal, every investment, every success. He was there through it all. The pain in his voice makes my chest ache, and I lean closer, drawn to his vulnerability. What happened? He betrayed me. For 15 years, he'd been stealing from my accounts, cooking the books. Declan's jaw clenches, and the firelight catches the muscle ticking there. His eyes, usually so sharp and confident, now hold a wounded darkness that causes my heart to clench. By the time I discovered it, he'd gotten away with millions, leaving me with a massive tax liability. The man I thought was my brother might as well have stabbed me in the back. My mind races back to that day at the bank, his urgency suddenly making sense. That's why you needed immediate access to your accounts. The IRS is breathing down my neck if I don't settle this debt. He trails off, running his free hand through his hair, the firelight casting shadows across his troubled features. His confident facade cracks, revealing a vulnerability I've rarely seen. They're threatening criminal charges. That's what this marriage solution was about. It would give me access to certain assets, help me avoid prosecution. The timing was critical. The room spins slightly, and I grip the arm of the sofa to steady myself. All those tender moments, the connection I thought we shared, were they just part of his desperation to save himself? The late-night conversations, the way he looked at me at dinner, the gentle brush of his hand against mine, had it all been calculated? So I was just convenient? My voice cracks on the last word, betraying the hurt that's spreading through my chest like ice. The bitter taste of reality coats my tongue as I wait for his response, wondering if I've been as naive as I was with Gavin, just in a different way. Declan shifts to face me fully, his blue eyes intense. At first, yes, I saw an opportunity and I took it. But Emily, he cups my face with his hand. Everything that happened after every moment we've shared, that wasn't about convenience. That was real. God, I need to believe him so badly. But trust, once shaken, isn't easily rebuilt. I pull away from his touch, needing space to think. Why tell me now? Because Gavin knows, and I couldn't bear the thought of you hearing it from him first. I never wanted to involve you in this, Declan says quietly, his fingers brushing against mine on the sofa. The firelight catches the regret in his eyes, making them appear almost silver instead of their usual piercing blue. My throat hurts with words I want to say to him. I've heard similar words before, from my parents when they told me writing wasn't a real career, from Gavin when he explained why I shouldn't pursue bigger opportunities. Always said with that same patronizing tone, as if I'm some delicate flower that needs protection. But Declan's voice holds something different, Raw pain, genuine remorse. The same vulnerability I heard when he spoke about Victor's betrayal. I'm not some helpless damsel you need to shield, I say, pulling my hand away. I made my own choice to get on that plane with you. Emily. I stand abruptly, my legs shaking. The warmth from the fire feels suffocating now, matching the heat rising in my chest. I don't know what to say, I whisper, wrapping my arms around myself. The truth hangs between us like a physical thing, heavy and sharp. Declan reaches for me, but I step back. His hand falls to his side, and the hurt in his eyes makes my chest ache even more. I need time to think. My voice cracks on the last word. Before he can respond, I turn and walk out of the cottage, letting the cool night air hit my face. Tears sting my eyes as I move further into the darkness, away from the golden light spilling from the windows. The gravel crunches under my feet as I follow the path through the vineyard. My mind spins with everything he's told me: Victor's betrayal, the IRS, criminal charges. Each revelation feels like another crack in the foundation of what I thought we were building. The stars above blur through my tears, and I brush them away roughly with the back of my hand. A sob catches in my throat as I remember the way Declan looked at me over dinner just hours ago, the way he held me while we danced. Was any of it real, or was I just convenient like he said? The night air chills my bare arms, but I welcome the cold. It helps clear my head, even as more tears fall. I've spent so long letting others define my life. My parents, Gavin, and now maybe Declan too. The thought makes fresh tears spill down my cheeks. I'm tired of being a pawn.
Chapter 26. Declan. I watch Emily's silhouette disappear into the darkness of the vineyard, my chest burning with each step she takes away from me. The lights that seemed so romantic just hours ago now mock me with their cheerful glow. My hands grip the doorframe, knuckles white with tension. Emily, wait! The words die in my throat. What right do I have to call her back? My entire empire, everything I've built, seems meaningless compared to the void she leaves behind. The truth I've held back has finally broken free, and with it, any chance of keeping her. I sink back down onto the sofa, running my fingers through my hair. The flames from the fire cast dancing shadows across the floor, reminding me of how we danced here just last night. How her body fit perfectly against mine, how her laugh seemed to chase away decades of loneliness. My phone buzzes. Another message from Marcus Reed. I ignore it. The IRS, Victor's betrayal, the impending charges. None of it matters right now. All I can think about is the look in Emily's eyes when I finally told her everything. Not anger, not even disappointment, just hurt. Raw, deep hurt that I'm responsible for. Damn it, I mutter, standing up to pace. The cottage suddenly feels too small, too confined, like the walls of my carefully constructed life closing in. I've spent years keeping people at arm's length, protecting myself from exactly this kind of pain. But Emily, she slipped past every defense without even trying. And now that she knows the truth, I might lose the one person who made me feel human again. The distant sound of her footsteps fades into silence, leaving me alone with the weight of everything I've lost, and everything I stand to lose. I stare into the crackling flames, memories burning through my mind like acid. Vic's face flashes before me. That easy smile, those warm eyes that fooled everyone, including me, especially me. You stupid bastard, I whisper to myself, taking a sip of scotch. The liquid burns, but not enough to wash away the bitterness. All those years. My fingers tighten around the glass as I remember our last conversation before everything fell apart. Vic had sat across from me in my office, calm as ever, going through the quarterly reports like nothing was wrong, like he hadn't been bleeding my accounts dry for years. Trust is a luxury I can't afford anymore, I mutter, setting down the glass before I shatter it. The irony doesn't escape me. I trusted Vic because we came from nothing together. We'd grown up in the same working-class neighborhood, shared the same dreams of making it big. But while I built my empire brick by brick, Vic had chosen the easier path, stealing from the friend who trusted him most. The fire pops and sparks, matching the anger that rises in my chest. I should have seen it coming. I should have checked the books more carefully, questioned the numbers that never quite added up. But I'd been too busy, too confident in my success to notice the knife at my back. Your own damn fault, I tell the empty room. You got comfortable, lazy. And now Emily's gone too, probably thinking I'm just another rich crook trying to game the system. The thought of her walking away twists something deep in my heart, another casualty of my complacency. The memory hits me like a physical assault. That night in my office, the city lights twinkling beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Vic sat across from me, his familiar round face eerily calm as the auditor's report lay between us like a loaded gun. Come on, Deck, you're acting like this is personal. His voice had that same easy tone he'd used since we were kids playing stickball in the street. It's just business. My hands had gripped the leather arms of my chair until they groaned. 15 years, Vic. 15 years of stealing from me. You never really know who to trust. He shrugged, adjusting his conservative blue tie, the one I'd given him for Christmas last year. That's what you taught me, remember? Always look for the angle. I trusted you. The words had come out raw, stripped of all pretense. We grew up together, shared everything. And look at you now. Something dark had flickered across his face. The great Declan Hunt. While I stayed the faithful sidekick, managing your money, watching you soar higher and higher. So you decided to clip my wings. The betrayal had burned in my throat like acid. How much did you take? Enough. He'd stood then, straightening his jacket. Enough to make up for all those years in your shadow. Consider it an extended Christmas bonus for all those times I was working off the clock. I remember wanting to vault across that desk, to wrap my hands around his puny throat. Instead, I'd sat there, frozen, as my oldest friend walked out of my life with millions of my dollars and years of my trust. The worst part? He'd smiled. That same warm, familiar smile that had made me trust him in the first place. Don't take it personally, Decky. It's just business. The embers glow dimmer, matching my darkening thoughts. But something shifts inside me. Emily isn't Vic. Where he wore a mask of warmth to hide his greed, she radiates genuine compassion. Her strength isn't in manipulation. It's in her quiet determination, her unwavering honesty. I think of how she stood up to Gavin at the bank, how she took a chance on a stranger with a desperate plan. No hidden agenda, no angle to work, just pure courage and trust. God, I'm an idiot, I mutter, pushing myself up from the sofa. The scotch burns in my stomach as I pace the room. Emily deserves better than my paranoia, better than these walls I've built. My phone buzzes again, Reed's name flashing on the screen. I silence it, my decision crystallizing. The IRS, the charges, the whole mess. I'll face it head on, but not alone. Not anymore. The fire pops one last time before dying completely, plunging the room into shadows. In the darkness, I make myself a promise. I won't let Vic's betrayal poison what Emily and I have built. I won't let fear of the past destroy our future. I'll fix this, I whispered to the empty room, my voice steady with resolve. For her. For us. The words feel different this time. Not just another business problem to solve, but a pledge to be worthy of the trust she's given me.
Chapter 27. Emily. I walk through the moonlit vineyard, each step taking me further from the cottage where I left Declan. My tears blur the rows of grapevines into wavy purple lines, The cool night air hits my nose with an earthy sweetness, but I barely notice it through my churning thoughts. "You're being ridiculous," I mutter to myself, folding my arms around my middle. "He told you the truth. Isn't that what matters?" But the gravity of his revelation sits heavy in my chest. Tax evasion, criminal charges, the IRS. It sounds like something from a movie, not my life. Yet here I am, caught up in it all. I sink down onto a stone wall, marking the edge of the property. The rough surface grounds me as memories of Gavin flood back. How he'd dictate my schedule, my clothes, my life. How different it feels with Declan. Even now, knowing everything, I can't deny the fundamental difference between the two of them. He gave me a choice, I whisper to the stars above. He's always given me choices. The realization hits me hard. While Gavin demanded control through manipulation, Declan's been protecting my autonomy from the start. 2 beds at the inn. No pressure about the almost kiss. Even now, he's letting me process this in my own way. A warm breeze rustles through the vines, carrying the distant sound of an owl. My eyes close as I remember the way Declan looked when he confessed everything. Vulnerable, scared, but honest. He could have kept hiding it, could have manipulated me like Gavin would have. Instead, he chose to trust me with the truth. I make my way to the ornate fountain at the center of the vineyard. Its gentle splashing, a soothing counterpoint to my racing thoughts. Moonlight catches the water droplets, creating tiny prisms that remind me of the way Declan's eyes shine when we're together. Settling on the stone edge, I trail my fingers through the cool water. Every moment with him plays through my mind like scenes from a movie. The way he stepped back that first night at the inn, wanting to protect my comfort. How he listened, really listened. When I talked about my writing dreams, the gentle way he touches me like I'm something precious. The way he sets my body on fire when we touch. I've never known anything like it. He could have lied, I whispered to my rippling reflection. He could have kept hiding everything. But he didn't. Instead, he laid himself bare, knowing it might drive me away. That's not the action of someone playing games or trying to manipulate me. It's what someone does when they... My breath catches as the realization hits me. The way his eyes light up when he thinks I'm not watching. How his voice softens when he says my name. The protective way he holds me, like he's afraid I'll disappear. "Oh," I breathe, watching the stars reflect in the fountain's surface. He loves me. The truth of it settles in my chest. Warm and certain. This isn't about convenience or escape anymore. Somewhere between that first moment at the bank and now, Declan Hunt fell in love with me, and I press my hand to my racing heart, knowing I need to make a decision. My phone buzzes against my hip as I sit by the fountain. Gavin's name flashes across the screen, along with a photo I'd forgotten to delete. Him at last year's bank Christmas party, his gold chain glinting garishly against his pressed shirt. I silence it, watching the call fade to a missed notification. Another buzz. A text this time. "Emily, you're making a huge mistake. I know what kind of man Hunt is." I snort, remembering how Gavin used to approve my hairstyle for work, how he'd schedule my lunch breaks to align with his, then spend the whole time talking about himself. The way he'd remind me I was lucky to have him looking out for my career. The phone buzzes again and again, each message more desperate than the last. "You don't know what you're getting into. He's using you. I can protect you." The last one makes me laugh out loud, the sound echoing across the vineyard. Protect me? From what? Making my own choices? Living my own life? I pull up his contact info, my thumb hovering over the block button. It feels symbolic somehow, like cutting the last thread tying me to my old life, to the timid bank teller who let others make her decisions. Goodbye, Gavin, I whisper, pressing down. The screen flashes confirmation, and just like that, he's gone. I feel lighter as I slip the phone back into my pocket. The fountain spray catches moonlight, scattering diamonds across the surface. For the first time since leaving the cottage, I smile. I know what I need to do next. I walk back to the cottage, each step more purposeful than the last. The gravel crunches beneath my feet, a steady rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Through the windows, I can see Declan still sitting by the dying fire, his shoulders hunched in a way I've never seen before. My hand trembles slightly as I push open the heavy wooden door. The hinges creak, announcing my return. Declan's head snaps up, and the look in his eyes, hope warring with resignation, makes my breath catch. I blocked Gavin's number, I say, my voice steady despite my racing heart. I can feel myself trembling as I wait for his reaction. Declan stands slowly, his movements careful, like he's afraid of spooking me. Emily, No. Let me finish. I step closer, close enough to see the glow from the embers dancing in his eyes. You could have lied. You could have manipulated me like Gavin always did. But you didn't. You trusted me with the truth, even knowing I might walk away. His hands clench at his sides. I couldn't keep it from you, not anymore. I know. I reach out, taking his hand in mine. His fingers are cold and I can feel them trembling slightly. That's why I'm choosing you, Declan. Not because I have to, but because I want to. He stares at our joined hands, then back at my face. Even after everything I told you, especially after everything you told me, Kittis. I squeeze his hand. Because you finally let me see all of you. The real you.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 28. Declan. I watched Declan from the doorway, the firelight casting shadows across his face. His usual commanding presence has given way to something rawer, more vulnerable. His perfectly pressed suit is wrinkled, tie loose around his neck. My heart aches seeing him like this. The man who swept into my bank and turned my world upside down now looks as lost as I once felt. His hands, usually so steady, tremble slightly as he runs them across his chin. You don't have to face this alone, I say softly. He startles, looking up at me with those piercing blue eyes. Emily. His voice cracks on my name. I know what it's like, I continue, to feel trapped by other people's actions, to think you have to carry everything by yourself. Declan's shoulders tense. This isn't your burden. Maybe I want it to be. You've spent so long being strong for everyone else. Let someone be strong for you. He looks down at his hands, wringing them together in frustration. The sight of his anguish breaks something free inside of me. This is the real Declan Hunt, not the billionaire, not the businessman, but the man who trusts me enough to let his guard down. I never wanted to hurt you. Declan's expression tells me all I need to know. His usual confidence replaced by raw vulnerability. The firelight catches the angles of his face, highlighting his clenched jaw. I sigh deeply, shaking my head. Look at me. You haven't hurt me, I say. You tried to protect me. Maybe not in the best way, but I understand why. He turns to face me fully. His blue eyes search mine, and I see the weight of years of distrust and betrayal swimming in their depths. Everyone I've ever trusted has wanted something from me. Money, power, connections. I kept waiting for you to be the same. I cross the room, my feet silent on the wooden floors. The heat from the fire warms my skin as I stand before him, close enough to see the subtle lines of worry etched around his eyes. You gave me a gift, Declan. Something I never thought I'd have. Freedom. His eyes meet mine, questioning. Freedom. I dragged you into my mess. No! I reach out, my fingers brushing against his loosened tie. For years, I let other people define my life. Gavin, my parents, everyone had an opinion about what I should do, who I should be. My hands steady as I continue. But you saw me. Really saw me. I saw a beautiful woman trapped in a life that didn't fit her, he admits, his voice rough. And instead of trying to keep me there, you offered me a choice. I smile, remembering that moment in the bank. Sure, it was crazy and impulsive, but it was my choice to make. Do you know how long it's been since someone let me make my own decisions? His hand finds mine, warm and steady. You could have said no, but I didn't want to. I squeeze his fingers. I wanted adventure. I wanted to write my own story for once. A small smile tugs at his lips. And how's that story working out so far? Better than anything I could have written myself. I take Declan's hands in mine, feeling the warmth in his fingers. His blue eyes widen with surprise. And something else. Hope, maybe, or disbelief. I choose you, I say, my voice steady despite my racing heart. No matter what happens, I'm not going anywhere. His fingers tighten around mine. Emily. He swallows hard, and I watch the struggle play across his face. You don't understand what you're saying. The IRS, Victor, everything. It's going to get ugly. So it gets ugly. I step close, catching the faint scent of his cologne. I spent years playing it safe, doing what everyone else wanted. Look where that got me. A hint of a smile tugs at his lips. Trapped behind a counter with garish Gavin breathing down your neck? Exactly. I can't help but laugh. That's a great description, by the way. And then you walked in, all confident and demanding, and turned my whole world upside down. I needed your help, he admits softly. And I needed someone to show me I could be more than what others expected of me. I squeeze his hands. So here we are. His shoulders relax slightly. Here we are, he echoes, his voice rough with emotion. Besides, I add, trying to lighten the moment, I've always wanted to see how the other half lives. Your private jet is much nicer than Coach. This time he really does smile, and the sight makes my heart skip. Is that all I am to you? A fancy mode of transportation? Well, the vineyard's not bad either. And don't forget those impromptu shopping trips. Can't wait for more of those. I offer a wink and a smile, my heart swelling with gratitude for this man who has changed my life in such profound ways. His laugh is quiet but genuine, and he wraps his arms around me. I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I'm so grateful I walked into the bank that day. Declan pulls me into his arms with a ferocity that steals my breath. His grip is fierce, almost desperate, as if he's afraid I might vanish if he loosens his hold. The expensive fabric of his suit brushes against my cheek as I press closer, breathing in the familiar scent of his cologne mixed with the smokiness from the fire. I've never... His voice catches, and I feel the slight tremor in his chest. No one has ever stayed before, not when they knew everything. I encircle his waist, feeling the solid strength of him. Well, get used to it. I'm surprisingly stubborn when I want to be. His laugh rumbles through his chest, but it's thick with emotion. I'm starting to realize that... His fingers thread through my hair, cradling the back of my head. When you walked into the cottage just now, I thought that I was leaving. I lean back just enough to look up at him. The firelight catches the moisture glistening in his eyes, making them shine. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm staying around. Stuck with you? His thumb traces my cheekbone, his touch impossibly gentle despite his fierce grip. Emily, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. The raw honesty in his voice makes my heart skip. This is Declan Hunt, the man who commands boardrooms and moves millions with a single decision, looking at me like I'm his anchor in a storm. I stretch up on my toes, pressing a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. Right back at you, Mr. Hunt. Chapter 29. Declan. I'm enjoying a quiet breakfast with Emily on the vineyard terrace when I spot him strutting up the path like he owns the place. Gavin Rhodes in all his tacky glory, wearing a cheap knockoff Armani suit and enough gold chains to sink a small yacht. Well, isn't this cozy? His nasal voice carries across the morning air. My jaw tightens, but I keep my expression neutral as I struggle to contain my irritation. Emily tenses beside me, her fork clattering against her plate. I rest my hand on hers under the table, feeling her fingers tremble slightly. How did you find us? I ask, not bothering to stand. I won't give him that satisfaction. Gavin adjusts his gaudy watch, a poor imitation of a Rolex. Oh, I have my ways. Did you really think you could just whisk Emily away without consequences? I'm right here, Emily snaps, and I can make my own decisions. Can you? Gavin's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're making some pretty questionable ones. Running off with a man facing tax evasion charges. Not very smart, Emily. Ugh. The urge to wipe that smirk off his face is almost overwhelming, but I maintain my composure. I've dealt with far more dangerous men than this small-town banker playing at being important. If you've come all this way to make threats, I say, dabbing my napkin at my lips, you're wasting your time, and mine. Oh, I'm not making threats. Gavin pulls out his phone. I'm making promises. The IRS would be very interested in this little arrangement of yours. I stand slowly, letting my height advantage work in my favor. You really want to play this game with me, Rhodes? Emily's spine straightens beside me, and I feel a surge of pride at her composure. But Gavin's words make my blood boil. The way he looks at her, like she's property he's lost, reminds me of every entitled bastard I've dealt with in my career. You don't get it, do you? Emily's voice cuts through the tension. I'm not running away from anything. I'm running towards something. Please. Gavin adjusts one of his tacky rings. What could he possibly offer you that I can't? A tax fraud investigation? Federal charges? I lean forward, resting my elbows on the table. Tell me, Gavin, how's that branch manager position working out? Still dreaming of that regional promotion that's never coming? His face flushes red. At least I earned my position. I didn't inherit Daddy's money and squander it. You think that's what happened? You really should do better research before trying to play in the big leagues. Emily. Gavin turns to her, his voice dripping with false concern. When this all falls apart, and it will, don't expect your job to be waiting. Though maybe we could work something out. Privately. My coffee cup hits the saucer with a sharp clink. I've dealt with men like Gavin my entire career. Small men desperate to feel big. But threatening Emily? That crosses a line. Emily rises from her chair, her green eyes flashing. Crawling back to what? A life where I have to pretend to be less than I am? Where I have to smile and nod while you take credit for my work? I stand up slowly, letting my full height tower over Gavin. Years of boardroom battles have taught me how to command a room without raising my voice. She's not going anywhere with you, Gavin. She's free to make her own choices, and she's already made them. Oh, has she? Gavin's Adam's apple bobs as he swallows hard as he takes a subconscious step backward, but he tries to maintain his bravado. Last I checked, Emily was perfectly happy at the bank until you showed up with your fancy suits and private jets. Happy? Emily's laugh is sharp. I was dying inside every single day. I place my hand on Emily's hip, a gesture of support rather than possession. The difference between Gavin and me couldn't be clearer. He sees her as property, I see her as an equal. You know what your problem is, Gavin? I'm surprised that I sound flippant, conversational. I secretly want to pummel this guy. You mistake fear for respect. But Emily was never afraid of you. She was just too kind to tell you how pathetic your attempts at control really were. Gavin's face flushes an ugly shade of red. You think you're better than me? At least I'm not running from the IRS. No, I say, allowing a small smile. You're running from mediocrity. How's that working out for you? Gavin pulls out his phone, waving it like a weapon. One call to my media contacts, and everyone will know about your tax issue. Your reputation will be ruined. I lean back in my chair, taking another sip of coffee. The morning sun catches the gaudy medallion around his neck, making it glint like cheap costume jewelry. Go ahead. Tell them. I've already spoken to the IRS. His triumphant expression falters. You're bluffing. Am I? I set my cup down with deliberate care. Tell me, Gavin, do you really think you're the first person to try blackmail? I've eaten bigger fish than you for breakfast. I have proof. His voice cracks slightly as he scrolls through his phone. Documents, records, all of which Agent Reed at the IRS already has, I interrupt smoothly. Along with a full accounting of Victor's theft and my voluntary disclosure. But please, go ahead. Make that call. I'm sure the media would love to hear how a small-town bank manager tried to blackmail a federal witness. Federal witness? Gavin's face pales slightly, the implication sinking in. Did you really think I'd let Victor's betrayal go unresolved? I shake my head, almost pitying his naivety. Everything's being handled, Gavin, legally, properly, using the proper channels. His phone disappears back into his pocket, his bravado deflating like a punctured balloon. You're lying. Call Agent Reed yourself. I pull out my own phone, sliding it across the table. His number's right there. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you. I watch Emily step forward, her shoulders squared and head held high. The morning sunlight catches her hair, giving her an almost ethereal glow that has my heart fluttering. This isn't the same woman who stood nervously behind a bank counter just days ago. You've lost, Gavin, she says, her voice steady and clear. I'm done being controlled by you. Her hand finds mine, fingers intertwining with a gentle squeeze that speaks volumes. The warmth of her touch spreads through me, grounding and electric all at once. Gavin opens his mouth, probably to spew more threats, but Emily's already turning away. I match her stride as we walk back toward the cottage, leaving him standing there with his cheap suit and cheaper threats. The vineyard stretches before us, rows of vines disappearing into the distance. As we walk away, I hear Gavin's car door slam, followed by the sound of tires on gravel. He's leaving, and with him goes the last thread connecting Emily to her old life.
Chapter 30. Emily. I sit by the vineyard fountain, trailing my fingers through the cool water as the sun paints the French hills in shades of amber and gold. The gentle splash of water mingles with the rustle of grapevines, creating a melody that soothes my racing thoughts. After the confrontation with Gavin, this peaceful moment feels earned, deserved. The stone bench warms my legs through my dress, and I let the sunlight caress my face. I marvel at how much life has changed in a few short weeks, sitting here surrounded by beauty I never thought I'd see. Footsteps approach, confident, measured steps I've come to recognize. Declan slides onto the bench beside me, his arms slipping around my shoulders with natural ease. His presence grounds me, like an anchor in this surreal dream I'm living. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asks, his thumb tracing circles on my shoulder. Just thinking about how different everything is now. I lean into him, breathing in his familiar scent. A week ago, I was worried about balancing my checkbook. Now I'm watching the sunset in France with a billionaire who's technically my fiancée. He chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. Having second thoughts? The opposite, actually. I face him, taking in the way the setting sun catches his blonde hair, turning it to spun gold. For the first time in my life, everything feels right. The fountain bubbles behind us, its steady rhythm matching my heartbeat. Declan pulls me closer, and I rest my head on his shoulder. The vineyard stretches out before us, rows of purple disappearing into the distance like lines in a story I'm finally brave enough to write. "This place," I whisper. "It feels like home," he finishes, pressing a kiss to my temple. I smile because he's right. But it's not just the vineyard, or France, or even the freedom from my old life. It's him. It's us. "Do you regret it?" Declan asks quietly. I look at him, feeling the warm evening breeze caress my skin. The fountain's gentle spray creates a misty halo around us, catching the light and forming an iridescent glow around us. Not for a second. His fingers find mine, intertwining with ease. The calluses on his thumb brush against my knuckles. A reminder that beneath the tailored suits and billion-dollar empire, he's human, real. Even after Gavin showed up, his voice carries a hint of tension, like he's still processing the confrontation. Especially after that. I shift to face him, taking in the way worry creases the corners of his eyes. You know what I felt when I saw him standing there? Nothing. No fear, no doubt. No feeling whatsoever. I don't know that I ever really felt anything for him. It was just peace. Because I knew exactly where I belonged. Declan's expression softens, the tension melting away. "And where's that?" "Right here." I squeeze his hand. Making my own choices. Taking my life back. Writing my own story. With you. He draws me to him, and I breathe in the musky scent of his cologne mixed with the vineyard's earthy sweetness. The fountain continues its steady song behind us, a constant reminder of how far we've come from that sterile bank lobby. "I'd choose this 1,000 times over," I whisper against his shoulder. The uncertainty, the chaos, all of it. Because it's real, it's ours. My breath catches as Declan shifts beside me, his hand slipping into his pocket. The fountain's spray creates tiny rainbows in the fading light. He turns to face me fully. His blue eyes lock with mine, intense and vulnerable all at once. "I had this whole speech planned," he says, his voice rougher than usual. "About timing and perfect moments. But watching you stand up to Gavin today, seeing how strong you are." He pulls out a ring that catches the sunset's glow. It's elegant and understated. A single diamond set in platinum that somehow manages to be both simple and breathtaking. I don't want to wait any longer. Marry me, Emily. My heart pounds against my ribs as I stare at the ring. This isn't like the first time he asked. No audience. No desperate scheme. Just us and the setting sun and the steady music of the fountain. "I know it's fast," he continues, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. And I know we started this whole thing backwards. But somewhere between that bank lobby and right now, I fell in love with you. Real love. The kind that makes me want to be better, do better. The vineyard stretches out behind him, rows of vines catching the golden sunset. I think about how far we've come from that first desperate moment, how this man who started as my escape route has become my anchor. My fingers tremble as I touch the ring. You know this means I'm in it for good, right? No take-backs. His smile breaks across his face, resplendent. That's the plan. Tears blur my vision as I nod, my heart swelling with joy. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. I'm breathless, but certain, more certain than I've ever been about anything in my life. Declan's hands tremble slightly as he slides the ring onto my finger. The platinum band catches the last rays of sunlight, sending tiny prisms dancing across our joined hands. It fits perfectly, as if it was always meant to be there. I love you, I whisper, the words carrying all the weight of our shared journey, from that desperate moment in the bank to this perfect sunset in France. Another smile breaks across his face, transforming his usually composed features into something raw and beautiful. He cups my face in his hands, his thumbs brushing away my happy tears. When our lips meet, the kiss feels different from all the others we've shared. There's no uncertainty, no hidden fears, or unspoken truths between us anymore. Just love, pure and simple and real. The fountain continues its gentle song behind us, but I barely hear it over the beating of my heart. Declan's arms wrap around me, pulling me closer, and I melt into him. All the weight I've carried, the fear of being trapped, the burden of others' expectations, the grief of abandoned dreams, lifts away like morning mist in the sun. In its place blooms something new, possibility, freedom, a future where I can write my own story, chase my own dreams, love without restraint. And through it all, I'll have this remarkable man by my side, supporting me, challenging me, loving me exactly as I am. Chapter 31. Emily. Declan's fingers intertwine with mine as we walk back to the cottage, the gravel path crunching beneath our feet. The setting sun paints everything in honey gold, and I can't stop staring at how the ring catches the light. I can't believe this is real, I murmur, leaning into his warmth. He pulls me closer, kissing me until I'm breathless. Better get used to it. I'm here for the long haul now. Promise? The word comes out breathy as he backs me against the cottage door, his hand sliding to my waist. Always, Em. His lips find mine, soft and tender. When he pulls back, his blue eyes light up with mischief. Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at sharing the blankets. I laugh, running my fingers through his hair. And I hog all the pillows. We're doomed. Completely. He kisses me again, deeper this time, and I melt into him. But what a way to go. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 32. Declan. I wake to the soft glow of morning light filtering through the vineyard cottage windows. Emily's sleeping form beside me is a vision that steals my breath. Her hand rests on my chest, right above my heart, as if claiming it even in sleep. The memory of last night's passion still lingers, making my skin tingle where she touched me. Her ring catches the sunlight, sending tiny prisms dancing across her face. It's surreal, seeing it there on her finger, a symbol of promises I never thought I'd make again. Yet with her, it feels right, natural, like every decision that led me to her was somehow preordained. Emily stirs slightly, her fingers curling against my chest. The sheet slips down her shoulder, revealing the marks I left there last night in our frenzy of celebration and desire. A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth, even in sleep. I trace the curve of her jaw with my fingertips, marveling at how someone so strong could also be so soft. She's changed everything. My plans, my fears, my future. With her, I'm not just the ruthless businessman or the betrayed friend. I'm a man in love. The morning air carries the scent of lavender through the open window, mixing with the lingering perfume of her skin. Outside, the vineyard workers are beginning their day, their distant voices a gentle reminder of the world beyond this room. But here, in this moment, time seems suspended. Emily's breathing changes subtly, and I know she's starting to wake. Her eyelashes flutter against her cheeks, and I'm struck again by how beautiful she is, not just physically, but in her soul. She saw past my walls, past my defenses, and chose to stay. Chose me. I brush a stray lock of hair from Emily's face, my fingers lingering on her warm skin. Her peaceful expression stirs something primal in me, an overwhelming need to shield her from harm. From Victor, from Gavin, from anyone who might try to dim her light. "Good morning, fiancé." "You're staring," she murmurs without opening her eyes, a smile playing at her lips. "Can't help it." My thumb traces her cheek. "You're very distracting." She nestles closer, her head finding that perfect spot against my chest. Good distraction or bad?" "The best kind." I wrap my arm around her, drawing her closer. The feel of her against me feels right, like she was meant to be here all along. "I never thought I'd find someone like you. Someone who'd marry a complete stranger." Her eyes open now, sparkling with mischief. "Someone who'd see past everything else and just see me." My voice grows serious. "I won't let anyone hurt you, Emily. Not Gavin, not—" She presses a finger to my lips. "I know, but I'm stronger than you think. Trust me. I know exactly how strong you are." I catch her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. "That's part of why I fell for you." Emily props herself up on an elbow, studying my face. "And here I thought it was my excellent computational skills." I chuckle, pulling Emily close. "Something tells me you're full of surprises, soon to be Mrs. Hunt." Her warmth against me sends sparks through my body, and I trace lazy circles on her bare shoulder. "Mrs. Hunt?" She wrinkles her nose playfully. "That sounds so formal, like I should be hosting charity galas and judging people's table manners." "You could judge whatever you want." My fingers trail down her arm. "But I have to warn you, my table manners are impeccable." Emily shifts to face me, her green eyes dancing. "Of course they are. But what about your other manners? Your bedside manner is quite impressive." "How many would you like me to display?" I catch her hand as she moves to swat my chest. "As many as you have." She leans in close, her breath warm against my ear. "I'm not complaining." The morning light catches her ring again, and something tightens in my chest. This woman, this brilliant, fearless woman, chose me. Not for my money or power, but for who I am beneath it all. "What are you pondering?" she asks, studying my face. "How lucky I am that you walked into my life that day." I brush my thumb across her cheek. Or rather, that I walked into yours. Technically, it was Gavin's bank. Her smile turns mischievous. And now, look at us. Right? I fold her in my arms, reveling in the way she fits against me. Look at us. I pull Emily closer, savoring the softness of her lips against mine. The morning sunlight bathes us in a golden glow, and for once my mind isn't racing with business deals or betrayals. The constant tension I've carried since Victor's deception melts away under her touch. You're thinking too loud, Emily murmurs against my lips, her fingers dancing across my chest. Actually, for once I'm not thinking at all. I reach up to cup her cheek. You have that effect on me. She smiles, that brilliant smile that first caught my attention at the bank. The great Declan Hunt, living in the present? Should I alert the media? They wouldn't believe you. I kiss her again, slower this time. Besides, I deny everything. Emily shifts closer, fitting herself closer against me. Your secret's safe with me. The weight of those words hits me differently now. Secrets used to mean danger, betrayal, things to guard against. But with Emily, they're promises, intimate moments shared between two people who've chosen to trust each other completely. You know, I say, running my fingers through her hair, I've spent my whole life chasing something. Success, power, control. But this... I gesture between us. This feels like what I've been looking for all along. Peace. Emily's green eyes search mine. Peace. I nod, realizing she's put into words exactly what I'm feeling. I didn't even know that's what I was missing until you showed up.
Chapter 33. Emily. I slip my key into the lock, already hearing Molly's Netflix show blaring through the door. My stomach knots. I haven't exactly been forthcoming about where I've been these past weeks. The door creaks open and I step inside. Hey, Moll. Emily Taylor. Molly launches off the couch, her red curls bouncing wildly as she bounds toward me. Where the hell have you been? One cryptic text about going out of town, and then radio silence for weeks? I can explain. Thanks for your half of the rent, though. And you better explain. She grabs my hand, freezing when she spots the ring. Her hazel eyes go wide. What is that? I bite my lip, unable to hold back my smile. I got engaged? To who? Last I checked, you were stuck with creepy bank manager Gavin, and now suddenly you've got... She lifts my hand closer to her face, squinting. Is that a real diamond? Because if it is, it's worth more than our rent for like 10 years. His name is Declan, I say, letting her examine the ring. And yes, it's real. Declan who? And how did you meet him? And why haven't I heard about him before? Molly drags me to the couch, shoving aside her laptop and a half-empty bowl of popcorn with such enthusiasm that a few kernels scatter across the coffee table. Start talking. I want every freaking detail, like literally everything. I sink into the familiar cushions, running my fingers over the ring, still not quite believing it's real myself. The diamond catches the afternoon light streaming through our living room window, sending tiny rainbow reflections dancing across the wall. Remember that guy who came into the bank, the one I texted you about a while ago when I was having that completely insane day? The hot older guy in the fancy suit. Molly's eyes narrow, and she leans forward, her whole body practically vibrating with curiosity. Wait, you ran off with him? The same guy who had you all flustered at work? The one you said looked like he stepped out of a magazine? Actually, he kind of pretended we were engaged to help with some financial issues. And then it became real. Holy crap. Molly leans back, shaking her head. This is like Hallmark movie level stuff. But what about Gavin? Done. Finished. I already quit the bank. I grin. You should have seen his face when Declan showed up. Molly grabs both of my hands, pulling me onto the couch with her. Spill the tea, all of it. After several minutes of exclamations and some profanity uttered by an incredulous Molly, I managed to fill her in on all the details surrounding my absence. So let me get this straight, Molly says, clutching a throw pillow to her chest. He whisked you off to France on his private jet, took you to his vineyard, and then actually fell in love with you. I nod, unable to contain my smile. I know it sounds crazy. Crazy? It sounds impossible. She throws the pillow at me. And you're telling me he owns half of downtown, the same buildings I walk past every day to get to work? Among other things. I catch the pillow, hugging it close. But Moll, he's not what you'd expect. He's real, genuine. When he told me about his financial advisor betraying him, he was so vulnerable. And Gavin just showed up at the vineyard, like some cartoon villain. Looking exactly like one, too. I laugh, remembering his face. You should have seen him trying to intimidate Declan. It was like watching a chihuahua bark at a wolf. Molly flops back on the couch, groaning. I can't believe my best friend is living a real-life romance novel. She sits up suddenly. Wait, does this mean you're moving out? My smile fades slightly. Yeah, about that. Declan wants me to move in with him, but I'll make sure your rent is covered until you find someone new. I wouldn't leave you hanging. Are you kidding? Molly waves her hand dismissively. Your billionaire fiancé probably spends more on coffee each month than our rent. I'm not worried about that. She scoots closer, grabbing my hands. I'm just going to miss our Netflix binges and midnight ice cream runs. Hey, you're still my best friend. That's not changing. I squeeze her hands. Besides, Declan's place has a theater room. Think bigger Netflix binges. A theater room? Molly's eyes light up. Okay, now I'm definitely visiting. Often, like embarrassingly often. I pull open my closet door and Molly dives in like she's hunting for treasure. What about this dress? She emerges with a black cocktail number I'd forgotten I owned. Too fancy for packing? I fold another sweater, adding it to my suitcase. You can have that one. I can buy new clothes. Right, because your fiancé's loaded. She tosses the dress aside. Still can't believe this is real. A knock at the door makes us both jump. Molly's eyes go wide. Is that him? Probably. My heart flutters as I head to answer it. Declan stands in the doorway, looking impossibly handsome in a charcoal suit. His blue eyes sparkle with amusement as he takes in my messy hair and packing-worn appearance. Need help? He asks, stepping inside. Molly appears behind me, mouth hanging open. Holy crap, you're real. Last I checked. Declan's laugh is warm and rich. He extends his hand. You must be Molly. Emily's told me all about you. I wish I could say the same. Molly shakes his hand, shooting me a look. But someone's been keeping secrets. To be fair, it's been a whirlwind. Declan's hand finds the small of my back. Speaking of which, Emily mentioned you two haven't had much time together lately. How about a spa day? My treat. Molly's eyes light up. A fancy spa with massages and stuff? The works, Declan smiles. Whatever you want. Consider it a thank you for being such a good friend to Emily. Oh my God, Molly clutches my arm. Em, if you don't marry him, I will. Back off, I laugh, leaning into Declan's side. He's taken. Fine, Molly sighs dramatically. I'll settle for the spa day instead. I squeeze Molly tight, breathing in her familiar scent of coffee and vanilla. I'll text you about that spa day. You better, or I'm coming to find you. She pulls back, wiping at her eyes. And I want weekly updates. No more of this disappearing act. Promise. I glance at my suitcases, now packed with the essentials from my old life. It's strange how little I actually need to take with me. And you, Molly points at Declan, who's already picking up my heaviest bag. Take care of her, or I'll come after you. I don't care how many buildings you own. Noted. Declan's eyes crinkle with amusement. Though I think Emily's more than capable of handling me herself. Damn straight she is. Molly hugs me one last time. Love you, Em. Love you too, Moll. We head down the narrow stairwell, Declan insisting on carrying both suitcases despite my protests. The air is cool against my skin as we step outside, and I pause to look up at my old apartment window. 2 years of my life condensed into 2 suitcases. You okay? Declan's voice is soft, concerned. Yeah. I turn to him, smiling. Just processing. Everything's changing so fast. We can slow down if you need to. No. I reach for his hand, threading our fingers together. Fast is good. Fast means I won't talk myself out of being happy. His sleek black car waits at the curb, a sharp contrast to the beat-up Honda I used to park there. As Declan loads my bags into the trunk, I spot Molly watching from our window. She waves, and I wave back, my heart full of love for my crazy, wonderful friend. Chapter 34. Emily. The city slides past as we drive, a blur of familiar buildings that somehow look different now. Declan's hand rests on the gear shift, his fingers drumming lightly to the soft jazz playing through the speakers. Hungry? He asks, glancing at me. Starving. I forgot to eat with all the packing. I know just the place. He turns down a side street I've passed 100 times, but never explored. The cafe he pulls up to is tucked between a bookstore and an art gallery, with climbing vines framing its entrance. Inside, the aroma of coffee and fresh-baked bread wraps around us like a warm blanket. We settle into a corner booth, and I'm amazed at how normal this feels. Sitting in a cafe with my fiancé, planning our future. So, Declan says after we order, about this wedding, any thoughts? A few thousand. I laugh, pulling out my phone. I may have started a Pinterest board. Of course you did. His eyes crinkle with amusement. Show me. I scoot closer, showing him pictures of venues and color schemes. I was thinking something intimate, not too many people. Agreed, though we should probably invite the board members. As long as I can invite Molly and my cousin Sarah, she's basically my sister. Done. He takes my phone, scrolling through the images. What about this one? He points to a chateau in France, its stone walls draped in wisteria. It's beautiful, but isn't it a bit perfect? His smile is contagious. We could fly everyone over, make a whole week of it. You're serious? My heart races at the possibility. Completely. Plus, it's where everything changed for us. Seems fitting. I grab his hand across the table, excitement bubbling up inside me. Can we go see it? Soon? We can fly out next week if you want. Yes, I practically bounce in my seat. Oh, and for the flowers, I was thinking. I catch Declan staring at me in a way that makes my cheeks warm. His piercing blue eyes have this way of seeing right through me, past all the walls I've built over the years. Setting down my coffee cup, I brush my fingers across my mouth self-consciously. What? Is there mustard on my face or something? He laughs, that rich sound that always makes my stomach flutter. His fingers reach across the table, capturing mine in a gentle grip. No, nothing like that. His thumb traces circles on my palm. I'm just... He pauses, and for once, the always confident Declan Hunt seems at a loss for words. I've never found someone this beautiful on the inside and outside. My breath catches. It's not just the words. I've heard pretty compliments before. It's the raw honesty in his voice, the vulnerability in his expression. This man who commands boardrooms and moves billions with a signature is looking at me like I'm the most precious thing he's ever seen. I try to make light of it, deflect with humor the way I usually do. Careful there, Mr. Hunt. People might think you're going soft. Let them. His grip on my hand tightens slightly. I mean it, Emily. Come on, let's get out of here. I have some plans this afternoon for my soon-to-be bride. We step out of the cafe, and Declan's arm wraps around my waist, guiding me toward his car. I lean into his touch. My mind is still spinning with wedding plans and chateau dreams when everything explodes into chaos. 2 police cruisers screech to a halt, blocking us in. Before I can process what's happening, officers surge forward, weapons drawn. Hands where we can see them. Declan's warmth vanishes as they rip him away from me. My stomach lurches as they slam him against the car, his cheek pressed against the cold metal. What are you doing? I step forward, but an officer blocks my path. Stop it! You're hurting him. Emily, stay back. Declan's voice remains steady despite his position. Even now, he's trying to protect me. The officers roughly pat him down while reading his rights. The metallic click of handcuffs echoes in my ears as they secure his wrists behind his back. He doesn't resist. Declan Hunt, one officer announces. You're under arrest for tax evasion and financial fraud. This is ridiculous, I protest, my voice shaking. There has to be some mistake. Declan catches my eye as they start to lead him away. Take my phone, you're going to need it. His expression softens. It's going to be okay, Emily. I promise. I take Declan's phone from one of the officers, watching helplessly as they guide him toward the cruiser. His tall frame ducking to enter the back seat. My legs feel like they're made of lead as I watch them push Declan into the back of the police car. The coffee I just drank turns sour in my stomach. Please, there has to be some mistake. My voice cracks. We're getting married. We're planning a wedding in France. One of the officers, a heavy-set man with salt and pepper hair, lets out a harsh laugh. France? Honey, the only place he's going is federal prison. Tax fraud isn't a minor offense. You don't understand, I protest, stepping closer. He told me about his advisor, about what happened. Yeah? Did he tell you about the shell companies? The offshore accounts? The officer shakes his head. Look, I get it. Rich guy sweeps you off your feet, promises you the world, tale as old as time. But maybe you should figure out who you're really engaged to before picking out China patterns. My cheeks burn with humiliation and anger. Through the cruiser's window, I catch Declan's eye. He mouths something that looks like Marcus Reed, but before I can respond, the officer steps between us. Trust me, sweetheart. You're better off walking away now. I watch helplessly as the cruisers pull away from the curb, their sirens silent but lights flashing. The remnants of our perfect morning, wedding plans, chateau dreams, coffee cups still warm on our table, scatter like ashes in the wind. My phone feels heavy in my pocket. Marcus Reed. I need to call Agent Reed.
Chapter 35. Declan. Through the cruiser's window, I catch Emily's panicked expression as they shove me into the back seat. Her green eyes are wide with fear and confusion, her hands pressed against her mouth. I try to twist around, fighting against the cuffs. Emily! Find Marcus Reed! I say as a hand pushes my head down. He's with the IRS. He knows everything. I continue mouthing the words to her through the window, her pained expression making my blood boil. This can't be happening right now. The door slams shut, cutting off my view. The engine roars to life, and we pull away from the curb. I strain to see her through the rear window, but she's just a diminishing figure on the sidewalk, her hands still covering her mouth. My chest tightens. Everything I've built with her could crumble in an instant if she doesn't understand. If she thinks this is just another betrayal, another man lying to her, the thought makes me sick. "Stay calm back there," the officer in the passenger seat barks. I lean back against the vinyl seat, my wrists aching from the cuffs. The city slides past outside the window, but all I can see is Emily's face. The trust in her eyes when she said yes to my proposal, the way she looked at me like I was someone worth believing in. Now that trust might be shattered. "Marcus Reed," I whisper to myself, hoping she heard me clearly enough. He's my only chance now, the one person who knows the full story, who can explain everything to Emily. If she finds him, she'll understand. If she doesn't... I close my eyes, trying to push away the image of her standing alone on that sidewalk, watching me being taken away. I imagine that the weight of the ring on her finger suddenly feels like both a promise and a burden. I just pray she believes in us enough to fight for the truth. At the station, the interrogation room feels smaller than it should, given its sparse furnishings. Just a metal table, 3 chairs, and a two-way mirror that probably has eager eyes behind it. My wrists still ache from the cuffs, though they've removed them now. "Let's try this again, Mr. Hunt." Detective Morris, at least that's what his badge says, leans forward. His putrid coffee breath hits my face. "Why the sudden marriage plans?" My words surprise even me. I love her. "Right." He draws out the word, dripping with sarcasm. "And it has no connection, the marriage tax benefits that would help with your... situation?" My situation was created by Victor Lyman, my former financial advisor. If you'd bothered checking with Agent Reed at the IRS... "We know all about Victor Lyman," Morris cuts me off, sliding a folder across the table. "What we don't know is where the money is. There is no hidden money." I keep my voice level, though anger burns in my chest. Victor stole from me, created false records, and left me with the tax burden. I've been working with the IRS to resolve it. By rushing into marriage with a bank teller. By falling in love. I lean forward, matching his intensity. "Emily has no knowledge of this. She's innocent." "Innocent?" Morris barks a laugh. "She's next, you know. She helped you access accounts. She followed proper banking procedures. Every transaction is documented." My jaw tightens. "Call Marcus Reed. He'll confirm everything I'm telling you." Morris stands, his chair scraping against the floor. "We'll be in touch with Agent Reed. In the meantime, get comfortable. You're not going anywhere." The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as I slam my palm against the metal table. For God's sake, the IRS is already investigating everything. I didn't steal a damn thing. Victor Lyman did. Morris exchanges a knowing look with his partner. "Right, blame the missing advisor. Classic move." "Check the records." My voice drops low. Dangerous. "Every transaction, every document, it's all there. Victor created false records, diverted funds. I've been working with Agent Reed to untangle this mess." "Sure you have." Morris's partner, Johnson, according to his badge, steps forward, arms crossed. "Just another rich prick trying to stay rich. Bet you thought marrying that bank teller would be your get-out-of-jail-free card, huh?" The mention of Emily makes me want to leap out of my chair, but I push my rage down, knowing I need to stay calm. "Leave her out of this. She is completely innocent." "Nothing except convenient timing and access to banking records," Johnson sneers. "One phone call." I lean back, forcing myself to stay calm. "One phone call to Marcus Reed will confirm everything I'm saying. But you won't make it, will you? Because this isn't about finding the truth. It's about scoring points by bringing down someone with money." Morris laughs, the sound grating against my nerves. Oh, we've heard it all before. Poor little rich man, victim of circumstance. Victim of a friend I trusted for 15 years. The words taste bitter on my tongue. But you're not interested in that story, are you? The officers exchange another look, their contempt obvious. Morris gathers his files, tapping them against the table. Keep spinning your tales, Mr. Hunt. We've got all the time in the world. I'm led down a narrow corridor flanked with dirty cell doors. The jabs and jeers I hear from all sides do nothing but fuel the anger boiling inside of me. I have to find a way out of this and get back to Emily. We reach the end of the corridor, and the tall, broad-shouldered guard produces a ball of keys. Get comfy, princess. You're going to be here while we figure this all out. I'm pushed in roughly, and the cell door clangs shut behind me, its sound echoing through the holding area. It's a far cry from my usual surroundings. Stark concrete walls, a metal toilet in the corner, and a thin mattress that's seen better days. The guard's footsteps fade away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and two cellmates who look like they've been here a while. One of them, a lanky guy with tattoos crawling up his neck, eyes my tailored suit. What the hell's a suit like you in for? Tax fraud, apparently. I settle onto the edge of the mattress, keeping my voice neutral. They've got the wrong guy. That's what they all say. The other one chimes in, not bothering to look up from his spot in the corner. In my case, it happens to be true. I loosen my tie, the fabric feeling like it's choking me. My mind keeps drifting to Emily, wondering if she'll find Marcus, if she'll understand that this isn't what it looks like. Sure it is, pretty boy. Tattoo guy leans against the wall. Let me guess. Your accountant did it? Financial advisor, actually. I meet his gaze steadily. 15 years of working together down the drain. He whistles low. Damn, that's cold. You have no idea. I rub my wrists where the cuffs chafed them. The worst part? He's halfway across the world by now. And I'm the one sitting in a cell while the cops refuse to even make a phone call that could clear this up. Welcome to the system, man. The guy in the corner finally looks up. Money can't buy everything. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, a constant reminder of where I am, all my wealth, all my power, and I can't even get these cops to make one simple call to Marcus Reed. But Emily can, if she believes in me enough to try.
Chapter 36. Emily. My heart pounds as the officer leads me down the sterile hallway of the police station. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows, making everything feel surreal. When the heavy door swings open, revealing Declan sitting at a metal table, my breath catches. You have 15 minutes, the officer says gruffly. I barely hear him. My feet are already moving, carrying me across the room. Declan! He stands just as I reach him, and I throw my arms around his neck. His familiar scent washes over me, expensive cologne mixed with something uniquely him. His arms wrap around me tight, and I feel him exhale against my hair. Are you okay? I pull back enough to see his face, my hands cupping his cheeks. His usual pristine appearance is rumpled. His tie loosened, but his eyes are what catch me. They're filled with a mix of relief and worry. I'm fine, he says, his voice rough. Emily, I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to... Stop. I press my finger to his lips. Don't apologize. We're going to fix this. His hands tighten on my waist. You're still here. I can't believe you stayed through all of it. Of course I'm still here. I lean my forehead against his. I told you I wasn't going anywhere, remember? Even after all this? Especially after all of this. I kiss him softly, wanting much more than that at the moment. Now tell me what we need to do to get you out of here. I squeeze Declan's hands, feeling the strength in his grip. I called Agent Reed after they took you away. His blue eyes widen. You heard me. I found his number in your phone. I bite my lip. I hope you don't mind, but I figured he was our best shot at fixing this mess. What did he say? He's coming down here himself. Said something about the local police overstepping their jurisdiction since this is a federal matter. I find myself smiling at the memory of Agent Reed's irritated tone. He seemed pretty annoyed that they arrested you when you're already cooperating with the investigation. Declan lets out a shaky breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Emily Taylor, you're incredible. I know, I tease, trying to lighten the mood. And don't you forget it. He pulls me closer, wrapping his arms around me tight. The stiff fabric of his wrinkled suit brushes against my cheek, but I don't care. I breathe him in, savoring his warmth. Thank you, he whispers against my hair. His lips find mine and a soft, lingering kiss takes my breath away. When he pulls back, his eyes are intense. For believing in me, for fighting for me. Always, I promise, meaning it with every fiber of my being. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Declan tucks in his shirt, a roguish grin playing on his lips. I can't. He pulls me close for one more quick kiss. You're irresistible when you're being all fierce and protective. Stop it, I laugh, smoothing down my skirt. We need to look presentable before... The door handle jiggles. My heart leaps into my throat. Damn it, Declan mutters, quickly fixing his tie. I run my fingers through my hair, trying to tame what I'm sure is a mess. The couch cushions are askew, and I quickly straighten them just as the door bursts open. A heavy-set officer fills the doorframe, his face red with exertion. Time's up. His eyes narrow as he surveys the room. What's going on in here? Just saying goodbye to my fiancé, I say, proud that my voice stays steady. I smooth my hands down my blouse one final time. Uh-huh. The officer's gaze shifts between us suspiciously. Declan maintains his composure, though I notice a slight flush on his neck. Thank you for allowing us this time, officer. I step toward Declan for one last embrace, whispering against his ear. Agent Reed will be here soon. Just hold on. The officer clears his throat loudly. Let's go, Mr. Hunt. As they lead Declan away, he glances back at me with a small smile. The door closes behind them with a heavy thud, and I press my hand to my lips, still tingling from his kisses.
Chapter 37. Declan. The heavy metal door clangs open, and I step out into the bright morning sunlight. My eyes adjust slowly after days in the dim holding cell, but I'd recognize that silhouette anywhere. Emily stands by the curb, her green eyes bright with relief. Emily. Her name comes out rough, emotional. She runs toward me, and I wrap her in my arms, lifting her off her feet. The scent of her shampoo fills my senses, and I bury my face in her hair, holding her close. I missed you, she whispers against my neck. Are you okay? Better now. I set her down, but keep my arms around her waist. Agent Reed came through? He did. Cleared everything up with the police. She straightens my collar, her touch gentle. Turns out someone called in an anonymous tip about you hiding money. They think it was Gavin. I clench my jaw. Of course it was. Hey! Emily cups my face in her hands. It's over now. You're free. Thanks to you. I press my forehead to hers. Most people would have run when things got complicated. But you stayed. You fought for me. Well, I couldn't let them lock up my fiancée, could I? Her smile lights up her whole face. Besides, I've got plans for you. Oh yeah? I raise an eyebrow, pulling her closer. What kind of plans? The kind that don't involve jail cells. She rises on her tiptoes to kiss me, soft and sweet. I take her hand, threading our fingers together. The morning sun catches her engagement ring, sending sparkles across her skin. After everything we've been through, this moment feels like a beginning. The police station's reception area smells like stale coffee and bureaucracy. Emily's hand is warm in mine as Agent Reed strides through the doors, his expression somber from what I assume was a long night. Mr. Hunt, he nods, then smiles at Emily. Miss Taylor, good work on getting that information to us so quickly. Thank you for clearing this up, I say, extending my hand. I appreciate your help. Reed shakes it firmly. Well, you'll be happy to know we got him. Victor was trying to board a flight to the Caymans when we picked him up. My fists clench at the mention of his name. You found him? Found him in the paper trail. Everything he took from your accounts. All documented. Reed pulls out his phone, showing us a booking photo. He didn't even try to change his appearance. I stare at Victor's face on the screen. He looks exactly the same. That trustworthy smile now twisted with defeat. 15 years of friendship, destroyed by greed. Emily squeezes my hand. What happens now? Lyman's facing federal charges, Reed explains. With the evidence we have, he'll be looking at significant time. And Mr. Hunt, your tax situation should be cleared up within the week. Relief floods through me as Agent Reed continues. Mr. Hunt, you're completely cleared of any wrongdoing. The evidence shows you were as much a victim as anyone else in this situation. Thank God. Emily's grip on my hand tightens. We've already started the process of unfreezing your accounts, Reed adds, tucking his phone away. Everything should be back to normal within 48 hours. I turn to Emily, pulling her close. This is all because of you, you know. She shakes her head. I just made a phone call. You did more than that. My thumb traces her cheekbone. You believed in me when everyone else was ready to assume the worst. You fought for me. Well, she smiles. I couldn't let them lock up the best thing that's ever happened to me, could I? Reed clears his throat. If you'll excuse me, I have some paperwork to finish up. Mr. Hunt will be in touch about the formal charges against Mr. Lyman. Thank you, Agent Reed, for everything. As Reed walks away, Emily wraps her arms around my waist. So, what does a newly cleared man want to do with his freedom? First, I press a kiss to her forehead. I want to take my fiancée somewhere far away from police stations and holding cells. I think that can be arranged, she laughs, and the sound washes away the last of my tension. After everything we've been through, her laugh still feels like coming home. As we walk out of the police station into the bright morning air, Emily tugs my hand, pulling me to a stop. Her green eyes lock with mine, filled with a light and heat that take my breath away. I'd do anything for you. You know that, right? She steps closer, her free hand resting on my chest. When they arrested you, I was terrified. But not because I doubted you. Because I couldn't bear the thought of losing you. I swallow the growing lump in my throat. After years of keeping people at arm's length, her unwavering loyalty still catches me off guard. Emily. No, let me finish. She rises on her tiptoes, her face inches from mine. You gave me the courage to leave a life that was suffocating me. You showed me what real love feels like. So when I say I'd do anything for you, I mean it. I pull Emily closer, my heart full of everything she represents. Trust, love, freedom. My thumb traces the line of her jaw as I look into those captivating green eyes. Even get married? I ask, letting vulnerability creep into my voice. After everything that's happened, I need to hear her say it. Emily's laugh rings out, bright and genuine. Of course! She grabs my tie, pulling me down to her level. You're not getting rid of me that easily, Mr. Hunt. You're stuck with me now. Stuck with you? I chuckle against her lips. I think I can live with that. The morning sun catches her engagement ring as she slides her hand into mine. Good, because I've got plans for us. Oh yeah. I open the car door for her. Care to share these plans? Emily slips into the passenger seat, and before I can walk around to my side, she scoots to the middle, patting the space next to her. First plan, I'm not sitting all the way over here by myself. I slide behind the wheel, and Emily immediately tucks herself against my side, her head finding that perfect spot on my shoulder. I wrap my arm around her, pulling her closer. Much better, she sighs contentedly. The weight of her against me feels right, like coming home after a long journey. I press a kiss to her temple, marveling at how this woman walked into my life and changed everything.
Chapter 38. Emily. The music begins. Pachelbel's Canon in D, and my heart skips. Through the frosted glass doors, I catch glimpses of our guests rising to their feet. My hands tremble slightly around my bouquet of white peonies and blush roses. Ready? Molly whispers, adjusting my train one final time. I nod, unable to find words. The doors swing open, and there he is, Declan, standing tall and proud at the altar. His blue eyes lock with mine, and suddenly the rest of the world fades away. My dress whispers across the marble floor as I take my first steps. The fitted bodice hugs my curves before flowing into yards of ethereal tulle and delicate lace. I'd never felt more beautiful than when I first tried it on, Declan's credit card be damned. He'd insisted I get whatever made me feel like royalty. Holy crap, I hear someone whisper. Probably Sarah, as the afternoon sun streaming through the stained glass windows catches the crystal beading scattered across my skirt, making me sparkle with every step. All I can see is Declan's face, the way his eyes drink me in, the slight tremor in his usually steady hands. As I draw closer, I catch the glisten of tears in his eyes. You're stunning, he mouths, and my own vision blurs. Hi, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. Hi yourself, Queen, he murmurs back with that crooked smile I've come to love so much. The late afternoon sun streams through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across Declan's face. His blue eyes are full of love and devotion, and I can hardly believe it's all for me. That familiar smile plays at his lips, the same one that caught my attention that first day at the bank. But now there's something softer in his expression, something that makes my heart flutter. Almost there, I whisper to myself, adjusting myself to face him. The dress rustles softly against the marble floor. Declan takes both my hands in his, bringing them to his lips. The tender kiss he places on my knuckles sends shivers down my spine. You're a vision, he murmurs against my skin, his warm breath making my fingers tingle. You clean up pretty nice yourself, I tease, trying to steady my racing heart. His thumbs trace gentle circles on my palms. Ready to make this official. His voice is low, meant only for me. I squeeze his hands. More than ready? The sweet scent of lavender and roses fills the tiny stone church, mixing with the earthy smell of ancient wood and stone. Through the antique stained glass windows, sunlight paints rainbow patterns across the worn wooden pews where our close friends and family sit. I can't believe Molly managed to get here on such short notice. I whisper to Declan as we face each other at the altar. He squeezes my hands. Private jet has its perks. I catch Molly's eye in the front row, where she's dabbing at her tears with a tissue. Next to her, Declan's sister Sarah beams at us, her young daughters fidgeting in their flower girl dresses. Your vows, the priest prompts gently. I take a deep breath, my hands trembling slightly in Declan's steady grip. I never expected to find love in a small-town bank, I begin, earning soft chuckles from our guests. But there you were, turning my dreary day into the beginning of an extraordinary adventure. Declan's eyes shine as he listens, his thumb tracing gentle circles on my palm. The gesture, so familiar now, helps calm my nerves. I promise to be your partner in all things. I continue, to support your dreams as you've supported mine, to love you through challenges and celebrate victories, to choose you every day just as you chose me. A tear escapes down Declan's cheek, and I reach up to brush it away. Behind us, I hear Molly's distinctive sniffle. Emily, Declan's voice is rough with emotion. You walked into my life when I thought I had everything figured out. You showed me what I was missing, not just love, but true partnership. Someone who sees past the wealth and power to who I really am. My vision blurs as he continues. I promise to cherish your spirit, encourage your dreams, and stand beside you through whatever life brings. You're my miracle, my adventure, my home. The priest's voice rings clear through the church. Do you, Emily Taylor, take Declan Hunt to be your lawfully wedded husband? My fingers tighten around Declan's hands. I do. My voice sounds stronger than I expected, filling me with certainty. And do you, Declan Hunt, take Emily Taylor to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Declan's voice carries that familiar confidence, but there's a tenderness there that makes my heart skip. The rings, please. Molly steps forward, dabbing at her eyes with one hand while holding out the rings with the other. Don't cry, she whispers to me. Your makeup will run. Too late, I laugh softly, feeling tears spill down my cheeks. Declan's hands are steady as he slides the platinum band onto my finger. It nestles perfectly against my engagement ring, catching the light from the windows. When it's my turn, I fumble slightly with his ring. Sorry, I whisper, but Declan just winks at me. By the power vested in me, the priest continues, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Declan cups my face in his hands, his touch gentle. Hello, Mrs. Hunt, he murmurs, before drawing me into a kiss that makes my toes curl in my satin heels. The church erupts in cheers and applause. I hear Molly's distinctive whoop over the classical music, making me laugh against Declan's lips. Ready for our next adventure? Declan asks as we break apart, his blue eyes dancing with joy. I squeeze his hand. With you. Always. Before I can take a step, Declan sweeps me off my feet, cradling me against his chest. I let out a surprised laugh as my arms encircle his neck. What happened to tradition? I tease as he carries me down the aisle. The tulle of my dress cascades over his arms like a waterfall. Since when have we been traditional? His eyes twinkle with mischief. We got engaged in France after knowing each other for a couple of days. Our guests laugh and cheer as Declan navigates the church steps with surprising grace. The setting sun bathes everything in golden light, making the moment feel surreal. The limo door opens, and Declan somehow manages to get us both inside without crushing my dress. As soon as the door closes, he pulls me close, his lips finding mine in a passionate kiss that makes my head spin and sets my body on fire. Mrs. Hunt, he murmurs against my lips. The title sends a thrill through me. Say it again, I whisper, running my fingers through his hair. Mrs. Hunt. His voice is rough with emotion as he traces my jaw with his thumb. My wife. I lean into his touch, my heart so full it might burst. I can't believe we did it. We actually did it. Having second thoughts? There's a hint of teasing in his voice, but I catch the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. Never. I kiss him again, pouring all my love into it. You're stuck with me now, Mr. Hunt. His answering smile is radiant. That's the plan.
Chapter 39. Declan. The morning light paints the vineyard in shades of gold and amber. I watch Emily as she leans against the terrace railing, her hair catching the sunrise. My wife. The word still feels new on my tongue, but perfect. Coffee? I hand her a steaming mug, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. Thank you. She takes a sip and relaxes against my chest. Can you believe it? We're actually married. I press a kiss to her temple. Best impulsive decision I've ever made. Oh, so I'm impulsive now? She turns in my arms, eyebrow raised in that challenging way I've grown to love. You did run off to France with a stranger, I remind her, earning a playful swat on my chest. And look how well that turned out. Emily's green eyes sparkle with mischief. Though I still think you owe me for that whole jail incident. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. I brush my thumb across bottom lip, starting with making all your dreams come true. All of them? She sets down her coffee and loops her arms around my neck. That's a tall order, Mr. Hunt. I'm up for the challenge, Mrs. Hunt. The name sends a thrill through me, starting with getting you back to writing. I saw how your eyes lit up when you told me about your articles. Emily's breath catches. You remembered that? I remember everything about you. I pull her close, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. Every dream, every hope. They're mine now, too. She kisses me softly, tasting of coffee and sweet cinnamon. When she pulls back, the sunrise catches the tears in her eyes. I love you, she whispers. I love you, too. I wipe away a stray tear with my thumb. Now, what do you say we enjoy our first sunrise as husband and wife? Emily nestles back against my chest, and we watch the sun climb higher over the vines, painting our future in gold. Taking her hand, I pull her up out of her chair, planting a kiss on her temple as I guide her back through the cottage and along the courtyard path. Something I want to show you. Oh boy, no more surprises, right? Shouldn't we get dressed? No need yet. And as for the surprises, only the kind that bring you joy from now on. I promise. I lead Emily through the grand entrance of the vineyard estate, watching her eyes widen as she takes in the sweeping staircase and crystal chandelier. Her fingers trace the antique wooden banister, and I feel a surge of pride at her wonderment. This is a far cry from the cottage. I thought these were administrative buildings. Do we really get to live here? She asks, her voice light with curiosity. For however long you want, we can live anywhere. I slip my arm around her waist, though I have to admit, seeing your face light up like this makes me partial to keeping this place. Emily leans into me, her head resting against my shoulder. It's like something out of a fairy tale, the kind I used to write about, but never thought I'd experience. Speaking of writing, I guide her toward a set of double doors. There's something else we need to see. I push open the doors to reveal a sun-filled study, walls lined with books and a vintage writing desk positioned perfectly to catch the morning light. Your office, I say softly, if you want it. Emily's breath catches. Her fingers hover over the desk, almost afraid to touch it. You remembered. Every word you said about writing, about your dreams. This is your space, to write whatever stories you want. She turns to me, eyes shining. I don't know what to say. Say you'll use it. Say you'll let yourself be who you were meant to be.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.